I I've showered. Let's do this. Thinking it was Higa or Kanashiro, I opened the front door. Hello, my name is Hello, my name is Hashizume from the Okinawa Prefectural Police. Adults I didn't know were standing there. There were two men and two women in suits. As soon as he said his name, he held out a black notebook. I couldn't read anything because it was only held for a few seconds, but I think I would saw it was decorated with golden ornament. Is this the right house for Nishime? Hmm. Why were the police here? My eyes darted around, impatient and surprised. Doing so I found my answer behind the man. Yep. Peeking out from the shadows was a grumpy-looking old man. It was a shopkeeper from my regular store. Joe really did call the police. This is Nishime's house, isn't it? His face was close. Oh yes, it is. I'd like to talk to you. Would you be willing to accompany to the station? Why? We received a report that a person unrelated to the owner is living here. I'm the owner's grandson. You have any proof? Where's your grandfather right now? It was almost a cross-examination. Unlike the residential office, they wouldn't back down with vague answers. you see the do you see the problem with minor living without parental supervision? Well, I guess. In other words, that's your biggest problem. That's your big problem. So I'm going to talk to you. Do you understand? Yeah. So please come to the station. I'll send the car. No, I mean, understand the problem, don't you? The man repeated the same thing over and over. I didn't feel like trying to persuade him. Pan was like to pressure me until it didn't seem like I refused, waiting for me to hang my head and shake in resignation. Just need me to come with you, right? Not just you, we also like to speak to the woman we've been told you're living with. I thought I'd just go and get it over with, but the police know about Lidun too. A damn shopkeeper. Um, she isn't feeling well. Then allows us to help. They'll both help you. The female officer stepped forward. It was a two-man job. I didn't think they were here to help. Don't bother, it's fine. Then please come along. Man looked into my eyes with a serious expression. The whole time it was horribly silent. They said nothing, waiting for me to move. They likely thought I was guilty or something. If they suspected something, the police would investigate thoroughly. They used any fault they could flush out to drag people away. It didn't matter if they didn't actually do anything wrong. It was a situational checkmate. Desperate time called for desperate measures. It was an insane method. Could it be called a method? I suddenly remembered my aunt's comments watching the criminal's POV on a cop drama. Normally you run away from here. There. I realized how unrealistic that would be. This wasn't a situation I could run from. We'll take you, okay? We'll take care of you. Two women stepped through the entrance without permission. I tried to stop them, but the man just grabbed my arm. What's the problem? I mean, they just walked right into the house. That's not a problem, is it? Are you saying that is something you don't want us to find? I'm not saying that. Then isn't it fine? It's getting nowhere. This whole song and dance must have been aimed at buying time. Shook him off to follow after the female officer. At the moment, his expression changed. Attacking an officer is a big problem, understand? He grasped my wrist so hard it hurt. I fell to my knees in the doorway. I was about to tell him, it's your personality that's the big problem here. But fortunately, my wrist hurt too much for me to talk. Hikaru. They were bringing Lilun out. She had an officer on either side dragging her out. They weren't treating her like she was sick. They stepped through the entrance. At this rate, Lilun would be brought out into the broad daylight and stop. The woman stopped moving. Lilun's face was on the edge of shade and shun. Lilun can't go into the daylight. For what reason? She's sick. His face told me he didn't believe me. Now how about this? The man took his jacket and covered Lilun. The same way they hide murder face from TV's cameras. Obviously only her head was hidden. Wouldn't protect her body. There's no way she'll be okay. Ed was no longer listening to me. He had given in once. He wasn't going to second time. He motioned for Lilun to be taken once again. Let go. I was surprised at how strong I was. I used momentum from standing up and threw myself at two women. The three of us went down. Lilun was just barely still within the entryway. So you want to fight the police punk? The man's demeanor changed in a disturbing way. Fake politeness crumbled away and he grabbed me, threw me into the wall and no longer shy about using violence. Fell hard onto the ground. Countless stars swarmed before my eyes. Iko, you two, take this one away. The man gave his order and the women did as they were told. This way it should be hit by sunlight. Lilun would be done for. No matter how much I raged, the man was impotent. I could hear his voice asking for support over the radio. At the same time, he laid into me. My cries turned into moans of pain. There was no hesitation in using violence. My joints were clenched and my arms hurt so much they felt like they were going to fall off. Then suddenly, I feel lighter. The man who'd been looming over me had vanished. Turning only my head, I saw him flying on the ground. The other side was Lilun with her arms outstretched. Everything fell silent. The police didn't seem to understand what had happened. I looked around so I didn't miss whatever happened next. I knew what it was. Magic. Lilun used magic that she shouldn't have been able to. I wanted to ask how she did it. We locked eyes. Lilun was smiling. Iko. I became aware of someone calling my name. Immediately afterwards, Lilun's body lost all of its strength. She collapsed in the entryway. Are you okay? She suddenly fell over. What should we do? What was that just now? Left to their own devices, the police began to argue. None of them were listening to me. All I could do was look at Lilun's collapsed form. Suddenly the area went dark. Cries of cicada faded away, then it suddenly appeared. The sun sank as if time had been sped up. Before the setting sun had spread its reflection on the horizon, the ocean, the moon had risen in an opposite direction. This was not only unusual thing that happened. Black form rose from Lilun's body. It was a shadow with a will, continuing its lazy ascent. It hung in mid-air at about human height. The shadow eventually coalesced into a shape. It was a black humanoid figure that seems to have hollowed out space. I knew what it was. Great Kuro Tetsui. Eek! The first one fell into panic where were two women who had been holding Lilun. They didn't know its true nature, but they instinctively understood it was something that shouldn't exist. They were the first to run, but they were too late. The great Kuro Tetsui arms wrapped around the woman's body. Just like that, they lost their strength as if they were rubber dolls. They collapsed in the yard just from the momentum of beginning to. They collapsed in the yard just from the momentum of beginning. Collapsed in the yard just from the momentum of beginning to run. They didn't move an inch, another inch. They were dead. I knew it intuitively. The distraught man tried to make some distance. Went from the for the gun hanging at his hip. It certainly didn't seem like an enemy that could be defeated with a gun. But perhaps he'd feel more at ease with a tool of violence in his hands. Of course, it was too late for him. Ignoring me, the great Kuro Tetsui leapt toward the two men. Just extending his neck, the man's face grew haunted. Less than a second, he was unconscious. The man fell in the yard with a gun in his hands. Maybe they were dead. I didn't know. I didn't have the courage to check. I was the last one alive in that yard. It was obvious who the next victim would be. Normally you run away from there. My Voice rang in my head. That's right. Normally you won. But if I did, I died. The great Kurotetsui was right above me. I felt holes that were like eyes looking down on me. I prepared for death, but nothing happened to me. The great Kurotetsui walked past me and touched Li Lun's body. Its human shape crumbled and was sucked back inside Li Lun. Dawn broke. The sun rose as if nothing had happened, and the cicadas began to cry once more. I dazedly looked into the sky. Something happened. I saw something. Someone told me it had been a dream. I would have believed it. However, the four people lying in the yard told me that it wasn't. A voice from the street snapped me back to reality. The shopkeeper who had been rubbernecked was running away. He had seen the whole thing. I hadn't done anything, but I knew it was bad. What would happen next? It's pretty easy to figure out when you take into account that four police officers lost consciousness after coming to our house. I didn't have a shred of composure left. I took off the jacket and took out I took off the jacket the man had put on Lilun. Oh, thank goodness she was alive. But even if the great Kurotetsu was eating away at her life, I wanted to thank him for protecting her this time. What do we do? We have to run. If we stay at the house, they'll catch us. Putting Lilun on my back, I ran outside. I was doing the same thing the police had, even though I told him to stop. Lilun groaned in pain as soon as we were under the sun. I walked unrelentingly. I searched for a place without any sun. I thought toward the mountains we would be best, so I headed that way. I walked up the hidden mountain trail and found a rotting hut that looked like it used to be a bus stop. Over half of the roof was gone. Still, it was better than nothing. I laid Lilun down inside. Her bare ankle was red and swollen. She had an anguished expression. Didn't have anything to give her medical treatment. Eventually the sun sank. The world still filled with cruelty had the setting sun shine on Lilun's face. Dripping with sweat, I tried to hide it. Couldn't do anything. Why can't I protect her? Please grant me power. Doesn't have to be great. It's enough to protect her. That much would be enough. I prayed and kept covering Lilun. Shinji Osata was watching TV in the living room. All the stations were broadcasting emergency bulletins. Today is at approximately 3 p.m. An unexpected total solar eclipse was observed around the world. The phenomenon lasted approximately 1 minute, then the sun was seen once again. According to the various reports from the various observation posts at that time, the total amount of sunlight falling upon Japan was zero. This phenomenon has never been observed before, and the cause is being urgently investigated. Though this phenomenon is not expected to disrupt the generation of solar power, many users of the social networking service Chirp posted about their concerns. It was a suddenly night. I thought I was going to have to go to sleep, lol. Looks like Machirasu is in bad mood. Everyone give her a shout of encouragement. Actually, I did this. I unleashed the power of darkness. Shinji Osata violently clicked the remote control. The TV stopped making noise and silent. He descended onto the living room. He groaned as the sliding door opened with a bang. Turn on the TV. Nobuka Osata took the remote from him. Turned the TV back on. What do you think of this? What? The world turning tonight, skeptical as I am, could it have something to do with Great Ikigami? Yes, it probably does. Why did you hide this from me? I didn't hide it. I didn't know. There was never a time when the Great Ikigami didn't exist, so no one knew what would happen if she ever disappeared. Does this mean if the Great Ikigami isn't around, the world will be cast into into eternal night? Who knows? And the next Great Ikigami is coming in 10 years? Who knows? What others do? Who knows? Don't tease me. We're searching for them. Apparently the islanders contacted the prefectural police. And because of that needless action, the Great Ikigami was taken outside of her house during sunlight. The great Ikigami is photosensitive, isn't she? She'll die without special equipment. That's why we're searching for her. I'm going to search you. What for? Nobuko Osata paused as if searching for an answer. Shinji Osata watched carefully to see what kind of changes this information about the great Ikigami had brought about in her. Before long, she muttered a few words. To do my best as a doctor. Leaving the TV on, Nobuko Osato exited the living room. Hikaru. Hurry and be evening already. Just sink already, son. As I continued covering Lilun, that was all I prayed for. There were blisters on her ankles and hands. I needed to give her medical treatment right away, but if I moved, the rays of setting sun would hit her. How can I make the sun disappear? I thought hard. The harder I thought, the more upset I was that I couldn't do anything. I wish I could do something, other than straddling her on all fours to protect her from the light, a way to save her immediately. While waiting for the sun to set, Lilun told a number of fairy tales. I responded to each one. When the sun was finally down, I could no longer feel my back. I sat down next to Lilun and took a deep breath. What do we do now? Lilun muttered. First we treat those burns. We'll be in trouble if we leave them. Where am I getting treatment? I'll take you to the hospital. But the doctor's on our side. I didn't know. After all, in the end, they were residents of Toyotoki Island. They didn't have any reason to defy the orders of the Osata family and shelter us. First of all, we were wanted. 4 police officers who came to visit the house were dead, and the 2 minors living there ran away. And that crappy shopkeeper would definitely tell everyone it was us. We were criminals who killed 4 cops. The worst kind. The rumors would run wild and we be treated like Jack the Ripper. If we relied on anyone, they'd turn us in. So where should we go? Simple question without an answer. In the end, there wasn't anywhere we could go. No water, no food, no money. Lilun's burn would get worse with time. She was swollen. I couldn't take off her sandals. One part of her blisters burst and was leaking blood and a yellowish liquid. Couldn't do a thing. What should I do? I held my head. I continued to frantically think of a plan. I was trying to believe in miracles. Thank you for everything. Lilun suddenly placed her hand on me. That was full of hidden meanings. I didn't want to think about it. I haven't given up. No, you're a stubborn guy. That's about all I have going for me. That's not true. I know a lot of good points. Lilun's voice was hoarse. I quickly looked at her and saw a smile on her face. Through the pain from the burns, the hunger, the thirst, she was able to smile like it was nothing. Against my will, I felt my strength leave me. I struggled to stop the water that flowed from me. I should have tried harder, kept going until it was enough, but that time would never come. I didn't have the will left to struggle. All that lay ahead was suffering anyway. I have no regrets. Lilun took my hand and gently squeezed it. That must have been the full extent of her power. Suddenly, strange images appeared in my mind. I met Lilun in the sugarcane fields. Her living in that hut she built. My aunt and uncle abandoning me, and desperately begging Lilun to give me food and shelter. Lilun, who had just been betrayed by her parents, didn't know if there was any good in the world, still feed me. Perhaps she had seen a fellow creature who had been tossed aside. After that, a lot of things happened. Kari wanted to become a voice actress, saving Higa, who was depressed over her grandmother's passing. Close my eyes and remember it all like it was yesterday. Seeing her carry off to the ferry when she left for Tokyo. Because back when she started being an ice cream vendor. The night at Goldilocks Villa. Carrying Lilun on my back the night when we went stargazing. The night we spent by trying on lots of outfits.
眠くなってきたわ。
I'm getting sleepy. Lilun leaned over, wrapped my arms around her back to hold her. Stay right beside you. Just a short rest, I told myself. I knew there was no hope for later, but I pretend not to see it. But I didn't think I was unhappy. I could say that much with
抱
pride.
きしめても平気なの？
You're okay with holding me? Why are you
目
asking
が
that?
見えなくなるんでしょ？
Because you'll go blind, won't you? I'm fine with this much. I didn't care if I couldn't see. Something I needed
ごめん
anymore.
ね。直してあげられなくて。
I'm sorry I didn't cure you. I'm the defective one. I'm a loser. I had Lilun closer to me, with my face in the base of her neck. She smelled like dry earth in summer.
ね。ドキドキする？
So, is your heart racing? It has been this whole time. I was covering you up the whole half of the day.
ヒカル。これは何本？
Then how many fingers am I holding up, Hikaru? Lilun put her hand in front of my face. She held up 3 fingers. 3. I guess she didn't expect me to answer. Lilun gapped at me.
見えるの？
Can see? Seems like it. Took me a second to register, but then my eyes widened in surprise. Took me a bit to accept that reality. I was holding Lilun and I could still see. I couldn't hide my surprise at a situation that had never happened before. Seriously, now? Of all time? So when I overcome my trauma? Been through a lot, so maybe I was cured with shock therapy. What a ridiculous fantasy. However, it seems to be the case. It was a miracle. One last present from the gods.
こんなことあ
So,
るんだ。
so then that means... Lilun stroked my cheeks with her fingers. I was the one who should be happy, but she was the one
治っ
crying.
たのね。
Cured. Not much point in it now.
でも、ヒカルには未来があるわ。
But you have the future. Her finger traced my cheek. The contemplative expression on her face upsets me. Once you're gone, I'm going to have to live on my own. Do you get how lonely I'll be?
寂しいと思ってくれるんだ。
You think you'll be lonely? Of course I will. And now I don't know what I'll do. I don't know what the future
ひどい
holds.
言い方。まるで私が死ぬみたい。
What a horrible way of putting it. You act like I'm already dead. But it will happen. That's the
そう
truth.
ね。だから、よかったわ。
You're right,
約束をちゃんと守れて。
but I'm glad I kept my promise. And now listen, Well, I could say those words now. Lilun had said them to me countless times, and each time I couldn't say them back. Felt sorry for myself, but now that I overcome my trauma, I could. Shut my eyes. I opened them again and could still see. I was alright. I was nervous. I took a deep breath, swallowed my spit. I was going to say what I wasn't able to before. Inhale. Lilun, I love you. I said it. I was no longer a loser. What's that? I can say it now. I can still see. How do you feel now that I say I loved you? I bet you're embarrassed. That's how I felt this entire time. Don't say I'm the only one with future. My future is crap anyway. Let's end it together here. What do you think of that? Really thought I'd get to see your embarrassed face. The fact that you have such a serious expression hurts me a little.
Oh, Monsieur Sosokim.
Oh. Huh? Lilun replied in a language I had never heard before. Lilun?
How Monsieur Sosi Nodori Nemoi.
Oh. I can't read that. No idea what she's saying. She made a desperate plea. But no matter how I tried, there were no words that were Japanese in there. I couldn't help a confused look on my face. Crying, Lilun pleaded. She was close to crying and screaming. I didn't understand her at all. Suddenly she couldn't speak Japanese. I started to think logically something must have happened. What was it? What happened? Despite being distraught, I was cool-headed. There had to be a reason. Lilun had used up her mana, so that meant her translation magic was gone. Without that, she couldn't speak Japanese. When did the mana run out? Did she hear my last words? Did I get through? Please, say something, anything. Answer me. Oh my god. Lilun, I love you. I grabbed her shoulder and said it over and over. She cried and nodded. Did she not understand? It looked like she didn't. I said it as many times as it took, even without words. I know you understand. Right, Lilun? I love you. I shouted it over and over. And my arms, tears streaming down. I wasn't getting through at all. I know that much. Because the gods arranged for this to happen. But still, I wouldn't give up. Because right now we're happy. Isn't that right, Lilun? So this is where you were. Our wailing had echoed through the quiet forest. Any flashlight had heard our commotion at all. And all at once they turned toward us. A crowd of people gathered. I held Lilun as if I was protecting her. You both look awful. The leader of the crowd crouched down in front of me. I'd seen this backlit face before. It was Nobuchi. What did you come here for? I heard you're also part of the Osata family. Are you here to kidnap Lilun too? Came to rescue her as a doctor. What's your plan? To bring her to Onushi Palace. I knew it. You're working for the Osata family. Because that's a place with the most advanced medical facility on the island. With her dehydration and those burns, her condition is critical. A dinky little hospital won't help her and we don't have time to get to Hisaku Island. So you're going to deliver us to the Osata family? Yes, I'm just a doctor so I can't interfere with the Osata family decision to isolate her. You and she will be separated. But she'll be able to live. I'm a doctor. A doctor doesn't abandon someone dying right before their eyes. Don't you want the people you love to live? I had to think. I was thinking before and I still had to think now. However, it wasn't what Lilun wanted. Her wish was to hold hands until the final moment. You did your best, you worked so hard. Now you're exhausted and desperate. However, there is hope. From now on, we doctors will do our best. Trust me. The colonists drew closer to us. They set a stretcher down next to us. Nobuchi reached for Lilun's leg. I watched her hand closely. That was all I could do. Lilun looked into my eyes. I'm sure you'll drive these guys away. Her eyes said to me, believing in me until the end. It was too hard to maintain eye contact and I averted my gaze. She grabbed my hand. She gripped it tighter and tighter. However, it got in the way of them putting her on a stretcher when I tried to use my free hand to break away. She wouldn't allow me to remove even one finger. Hikaru. She said my name with a poor accent. I was filled with love at her best effort. The finger caressing my cheeks, her golden eyes. I didn't want to lose any part of her. I kept my promise. That's what I felt. So I struggled until I could do no more. My idea wasn't to be the one remaining at the very end. You're always asking me what is it that I want to do. Well, I've thought, what do I want to do? And I made my decision. I wish I could explain it to her. I want you to live, and it seems the Osaka has medical facilities, so first you should go there and recuperate. Say it in Japanese, but I couldn't in Li Lun's language. From Li Lun's point of view, all of a sudden a bunch of people showed up. I said something to her, and now I was handing her over to them. Doesn't look like anything but betrayal. I gave Li Lun my best smile. That was when I noticed something. Light had gone from her eyes. They were colored with despair. Li Lun didn't make any more fuss. She was too accustomed to being betrayed. Her parents, the village chief, Li Lun's whole life was filled with people betraying her, and now Hikaru Nishime could be added to that list. Li Lun had once asked me if I was going to sell her to a slave dealer, and that was exactly what happened. But what other way was there? How else could I save her? I didn't betray you. I yelled toward the stretcher. She probably heard me, but she didn't get the meaning. I punched the ground. I clawed at the earth. I prayed with all my might. Please don't die. Please live and come back. Take my life in exchange. Anything. Just please don't die. No one anywhere could grant my wish. I wanted Li Lun to live even a second longer. That was all. Others. The Osata family brought the great Ikigami in. Nobuku Osata discovered her with the boy and finally persuaded him to hand her over, they said. Shinji Osata couldn't believe it for a second and dashed out front. One seemingly lifeless body of, he said one word, despicable. It was directed to his own sister. You use your position as a doctor to deceive them? What of it? Won't the world be destroyed otherwise? Didn't you say you didn't believe in that? One to believe and another to invest in some insurance besides. I really do want to help her as a doctor. So that's how you become so good at fooling yourself. You're so underhanded. I don't understand you. I don't understand you either. Shinji Osata turned his back to his older sister. He had nothing more to say. His sister spoke to his back. I won't let you be the only villain. The whole Osata family is rotten, and that's okay. Shinji Osata pretended he didn't hear. He returned to a dark living room where the TV had been left on as the only light. Listening to the jokes on the TV so far removed from him, he reflected upon his wicked life. How strange. It's always the innocent who suffer. Are you even aware of whose sacrifice you're living upon, of whom you are trampling to live? The television didn't respond. All it did was deliver jokes to the living room. I guess you don't understand. I didn't know either. It didn't concern them. For most people, the unhappiness of someone somewhere was far removed from their lives. There weren't any emergency broadcasts or anything for that. Time passed as usual. The night passed quietly as always, as well. Hikaru. While I was crouching in the grass, Akari and the rest came to pick me up. They brushed the grass away with their air of concern and offered water. They put me in the car and took me home. On the way, Kaneshiro patched me up. Once home, they got me food which I ate without a word. Do you need anything else? Right now, a beautiful woman will take care of it free of charge. Not really. In that case, the best thing for you to do is brush your teeth, take a bath, and get some sleep. Mechanically, I did as she said. When I got to the bathroom, my toothbrush wasn't there. Goldilocks told me she threw it away because the bristles were spreading apart. I opened the cabinet to look for one. I just took one out. Cautiously, I directed a worried smile at the packaging. Reached into a periodontal pockets and periodontal care brush. When we had run through the ones My grandfather Lilun had bought these. She likely didn't read the packaging at all and had only paid attention to the price. Who or what is prenatal disease? I'm 17, for crying out loud. But it was very like her. Yes, like her indeed. Cried while brushing my teeth. Did I take a look at Lilun's room before I go to bed? Of course, go ahead. The room was unlocked, like someone was expecting me. When tidied up, there was no unusual luggage, and the tea table enshrined in the middle of the room was the only object that seemed off. There was something on top of it. It was a bracelet that Lilun always wore. The black gem embedded it was dark magic stone. Underneath the bracelet was a piece of paper. I think you could make use of this present. Thank you for being with me until the end. When she wrote this, I bet Lilun never thought I'd hand her over to the Osata family. She believed from the bottom of her heart that we really would be together until the end. Because for the first time in her life, she met someone who won't betray her. That had been my plan. I grasped the bracelet tight. Tears fell onto the letter. What have I done? Swung the door open with a bang. Turning his head, Kaneshiro stood up. He's been critical of our decision all along. I pushed past it, but I ended up turning around right at the end. I was sure he was angry. It'd be natural. He raised his hands to strike me, I thought. But the pain never came. Instead, his hand came to rest on my head. Did good. His big hand patted my head. When I turned around, Kaneshiro was gone. All that was left was the sound of his footsteps running down the hall. Something inside me burst. I couldn't hold it in any longer. I started sobbing. Are you okay? Are you hurt somewhere? Iga came over and worriedly paced around me as I wailed. Her kindness touched me. Crying because I realized how much you still care about me, even after how much trouble I've put you through. Well, of course, I never abandoned you, ever. God chided me for such a self-abasement. Can you sleep now? Your body will break down if you don't rest. God led me back to my room. Getting into bed and under the covers, I thought about all the bad stuff and wanted to scream. God rubbed my back until I finally fall asleep. Before I knew it, I drifted into unconsciousness. We remained in the living room after Nishime went to sleep. A heavy atmosphere hung in the air, and for a while silence reigned. So in the end, what even happened? Kaneshiro broke the stillness. He was probably the one least aware of what's going on. I think the question was vaguely directed at me and Kiriko. We looked at each other and I answered. I haven't exactly been given a clear answer either. Nobuchi had called me in the middle of the night. The missing great Ikigami had been found. The Osata aren't going to take Nishime in, so go get him, she said. It's only then that I learned that they ran away from the house and a search had been underway. Rumor had it the police from Hisako Island tracked them both down. The president who hated Nishime called them some kind of problem had occurred and he ran away with Lilun. That was all I heard. I like to add that was an unofficial order for the Osato family about Nishime. Ostracize him. Why would they order something so cruel? Wasn't Nishime sheltering Lilun? That's probably why the Osata family wanted her at any cost. But to stop shops from selling to him, they must known that no one could survive on this island if that happened. That's just bullying. The islanders probably didn't do it with the intent of killing them, as the idea that it was fine to take action against Nishima spread, it got out of hand. During such a situation, man reason and common sense easily
あい
disappeared.
つなんで言わなかったんだよ。呼んでくれたら俺が全員ぶっ飛ばしたのによ。
Why didn't that lunkhead say anything? If he called me, I would have beaten some sense into
そ
all
れ
of
であ
them.
なたも逮捕されてしまってはややこしくなるだけですわ。
And then you have gotten arrested too. You only complicate
じゃ
things.
あどうすりゃよかったんだよ。
And what should have been
過
done?
ぎたことを考えても仕方ないよ。これからのことを考えよう。
There's no use dwelling on the past. We need to think of the
これ
present.
からのことって。
And what exactly is the
な
present?
私はね、このままお別れなんておかしいと思うの。なんとかしてあげたいの。
I think there's something weird about their parting. I want to do something about it.
なんとかってな。具体的に言え。
Something. Name something concrete. He gobbled her hands into her face on her lap. After carefully thought, she spoke slowly.
もう一度会わせてあげたい。
I want them to meet again.
合わせてどうすんだよ。
Meet
それ
and
だ
then
け
what?
か。
Is that all?
それだけだと思う。私たちにそれ以上は望めないと思うから。
That's all, I think. We can't really hope for any more. For someone as fanciful as her, it was very half-hearted to answer. For sure she was going to say something like, let's get them out of the country. However, Higa was the oldest of all of us. Perhaps she was the one who saw the reality the clearest.
ケチくせえな。外に逃がしてやりゃいいだろうよ。
What a second-rate idea. We gotta get her out of
可
there.
能であるならばそうしてあげたいですわね。けれど不可能ですわ。
If it were possible, I want to do that, but it's impossible. Why?
イルーさんの容体、金銭的な問題、何より大里家は決してそれを許さない。
Lilun's condition, the problem of money, but above all, the Osata family will never allow it.
大里家が何を言おうが知ったことじゃねえ。
I don't care what the Osata family
この
says.
島で大里家に勝てる可能性があるとでも本気でどうにかできると思っているんですね。
Do you believe that you can win against the Osata family on this island? You really think you can do anything? You made an enemy of the Osata, the whole island would be as well. They controlled the stores, the town hall, the police, and the ferry. The only way to get off the island, any action that didn't conform to their will would surely be crushed. Which meant, even though Higa and Kaneshiro ideas were very different, in actuality they were more or less the same.
金城の提案は論外。けれど、妥協すれば願いが叶うと思うのなら、それも考えが甘すぎますわね。
Kaneshiro idea is out of the question, but if you think there can be some kind of compromise, you're also much too
合わ
naive,
せることもできないってことかな。
meaning that we can't get them to meet.
ええ、リルーさんは生神様ですもの。大前提として、生神様に外の人間が会うことは許されていませんわ。
Yes, Lilun is the great Ikigami. They never let the previous great Ikigami meet with any
忍
outsiders.
び込めばいいだろうが。
We could sneak
そ
in.
れは大里家も考えているでしょうね。だからこそ、徹底した警備を敷くはずですわ。
I'm sure the Osata family had already thought of that. That's why they prepared such strict security
お願い
measures.
したら合わせてくれないのかな。
But they let them meet if we ask.
難しいですわね。君習い様はしきたりを誰よりも大切にされているので、慣例と異なることを大変嫌うと評判ですもの。
It'd be very difficult. No one values tradition more than Lady Kiminara. She had the reputation of abhorring any changes to custom.
君習い様を説得すればできるってことだね。
In other words, we need to persuade her. Kuriko thought for a very long time, likely because the idea of asking directly was so unexpected. Though from the perspective of a branch family member, it was an unrealistic
お
favor.
願いするのも難しい。
Is it too much to ask?
ああ、いえ、大里家は君習い様が取り仕切っているので、説得できるのであれば許可は下りると思いますよ。
No, since Lady Kiminara rules the Osato family, if you can persuade her, I'm sure your request will be granted.
理屈ではそうですわね。理屈では。
Yes, in theory. In
実
theory.
際は違うってこと？
You mean it's not true?
君習い様と直接お会いすることは私たちでもできませんわ。すべて取り次ぎ役のシンジさんに任せられているんですもの。
We can't meet with Lady Kiminaga directly. Everything goes through Mr. Shinji, who acts as an
大
intermediary.
里家を仕切ってる人だよね。私あんまり話したことないんだ。おばあちゃんのお葬式くらいしか。
The man who runs the Osatas, huh? I haven't talked to him much, only at the grandma's funeral.
赤積あかりのこの顔を見ればどんな人かはわかるでしょ。
Just take a look at Akari Akatsumi's expression and you can get what kind of person he is,
あの
can't
方
you?
は君習い様の右腕として忠実な働きをなさっていますわ。
Mr.
付き合え
Kiminaga
る隙がないくらいに。
is the Kiminaga's right hand and works faithfully for her. There's no room for error.
説得するとなれば分家代表としてあかりとキリコが矢面に立つ
So
ことに
we'll
なるんですよ
persuade
ね。
him as the member of the Vanch family. Kiriko and I will be the line of
けれ
fire.
どあかりにはシンジさんを論破するビジョンが全く思い浮かびません。
I have no illusion of ever defeating Mr.
でし
Shinji.
ょうね。あの方は感情で動くようなタイプではありませんもの。
Me neither, he's not the type of man to be moved by emotions.
つまり説得は難しいのかな。
In other words, it'd be hard to persuade
残
him.
念ながらあかりたちには交渉の材料がないと言ってもいいですし、
Unfortunately, it's safe to say that we have nothing to bargain with.
わかった。なら説得以外の方法を考えよう。
Okay, we'll find a way other than
妙
persuasion
に
then.
諦めがいいですね。
It's unusual for you to give up the idea so
私
easily.
は西目君とリルーちゃんが会えるなら何でもいいと思ってる。説得が無理ならシンジさんを脅したっていい。
I'll do anything to let Nishime and Lilun meet again. If persuading him won't work, then I'll threaten Mr. Shinji.
脅すってどうやってですか？
How do you plan on threatening him?
私には力がある。
With my power. Iga stuck out her fist. Her weapon of choice was the overwhelming power that could even defeat Lilun.
穏やかではありませんわね。
I see this won't be
穏
peaceful.
やかではないことを先にしたのは大里家だよ。
The Osata were the ones who threw peace away.
私は昔君習い様によくしてもらった。けれど先に力を振るってきたのなら黙っているつもりはないよ。
Lady Kiminaga treated me well in the past, but I won't roll over and let them throw their weight around.
そういう話なら俺も乗るぜ。連中を叩きのめして言うこと聞かせりゃいいんだろ。
Count me in. All I gotta do is beat them up and make them do what we say, right? Kaneshiro seems to be moved by the heat of the moment, but Hidka looked serious. There was a sharpness to her anger, like she really was ready to raid the
二
Osata
人とも
family.
落ち着いてくださいまし。何もいきなり最後の手段を話し合う必要はないでしょう。
Calm down, you two. There's no reason to suddenly be bringing up the last resort.
お前はじっくり見てろってのか。
Then you're just gonna stand and by and
誰
watch?
が主役なのかを考えろと言ってるんですの。今言った方法であの二人が喜ぶと思ってるんですの。
I'm asking you to think about the real stars of the show. Do you think either of them would be happy with the methods you just described? Kiriko was right. Our goal in the end was to get Nishime and Lilun to meet, to bring them together. Nishime should have the final choice as to how we make that happen.
あいつはあんな状態だろうが。
He's already
こ
at
れ以上負担をかけんのかよ。
his limits. You're gonna put more on his
で
plate.
したら朝まで休んでもらって明日彼を交えて話をすればいいだけでは。
So let him rest until tomorrow. Then we can all get together and talk.
私たちも今の状態で良いアイディアが浮かぶとは思いませんわ。
I don't think we'll be able to come up with any good ideas the way we are now. In the face of such a logic argument, Kaneshiro lost steam.
あかりもキリコに賛成ですね。大切なのは西目さんがどうしたいかだと思います。
I agree with Kiriko. The important thing is what Nishime wants to do.
さあ、朝まで待てってのかよ。
Crap, do we really have to wait till tomorrow?
待つのが一番いいんだと思う。
I do think it's for the best. In a complete turnabout round from her previous anger, Higa spoke in a weak
私も
voice.
今は頭が回ってない自信があるから
I know I'm not thinking straight right
休ん
now.
だらまた考えよう大里家を突き崩すために
Let's rest and think again so we can destroy the Osata family. Higa's zeal infected me. I was determined to cheer up
な
Nishime.
らまずは大里家の主張を聞くところからですわね相手の心情を知らなければ方針も決まりませんもの
The first step is to hear the Osata family's stance. If we don't know their opinion, then we can't formulate our own plan of
そうだ
action.
ね明日はそこから始めようか
Yes, let's start there tomorrow. Our agenda decided, we call it a day. Leaving Higa behind in the case there was an emergency, we all went back home. We see each other tomorrow. I was in a spot where I could see the gates of the Osata residence. Why? Why was I in such a place? I really did try to head home. We were supposed to rest up and discuss things again the next day. That was the plan. Against my will, I did the opposite of what I set out to do. It was strange. I thought my action didn't match. Now what do I do? Call Mr. Shinji on the intercom? No way. There was no way he'd listen to me. Even so, here I was at the Osata house. In the end, I was just like Kaneshiro. I couldn't suffer just doing nothing. Couldn't stand waiting until tomorrow, so I ended up here for absolutely no reason.
おや
Oh. Saw an unexpected figure in front of the gate.
何してるんですかキリコ
What are you doing, Kiriko? Kiriko was staring at the gate. The pink dress was out of place, illuminated by the street
あな
lights.
たどうしてここに
You, what are you doing here?
そっちこそ
Right back at you. We didn't explain anything to each other. Even without words, we somehow knew.
キリコはあれだけ冷静な素振りを見せていたのに明日まで待てなかったんですか
After you put on the whole calm demeanor, you couldn't wait until tomorrow,
のこのこ
Kiriko.
とやってきたあなたにだけは言われたくありませんわね
Don't want you telling me that after popping up so nonchalantly.
何でもいいじゃないですか今は仲間なんですから
Everything is alright, isn't it? After all, we're friends.
違いましたか
Aren't we?
いいえそうまで言うなら今日だけは敵をやめて差し上げますわ
It's not that, but since you insist, just for today, I'll stop being your enemy.
そういうことにしておいてください
Yes, let's leave it at that.
赤積あかりはやる気なんですの
Oh, do you feel like doing
キ
something,
リコ
Korea?
の心の準備が終わっているのであればあかりはいつでも良いですよ
If you're done preparing yourself, Kiriko, I'm always ready.
はあそういう他人任せなところ変わりませんのね
I see you haven't changed on making others do your work. She was the same way, so easily excited. Well, whatever. Before I knew it, we were walking hand in hand. We both buzzed the intercom. I wonder if they'll answer. At this first obstacle, we surprisingly received an answer right away. I told you not to come back, huh? The service gate opened with a wild and angry yell. I literally flew through the air. I didn't imagine such a violent response. We both shrank back and the owner of the voice appeared. It was a group of 3 people. They were dragging a man with them. When I first saw him, I thought he was a corpse. 3 men carried him out and threw him carelessly to the ground. The man didn't move. He really did look like a corpse. Seriously, you're such a pain. Don't come back a 3rd time, he repeated himself. Their words seemed directed at the man. They spat at him. At the moment he woke and stood up. Come at us again, you're too stubborn for your own good. The man flew at the 3 men. Because he couldn't keep his balance, he hung onto other ways.
話をさせてくれ
Please listen to me. I already told you no. The man was knocked down for a 2nd time. He rolled along the ground, but he didn't give up and hang on.
頼む西目を生神様に合わせてやってくれ
Please let Nishime and the great Ikigami meet. That voice, it couldn't be Kaneshiro. Why would he? His hair and clothes were covered in mud. His nose was bleeding. Why would he go this far? Perhaps because he didn't notice us, he clung on to the Osata gatekeeper.
あいつ長くないんだろう
She doesn't have long,
だ
does
っ
she?
たら最後くらい一緒にさせてやってくれよ
If that's true, let them be together one last time.
あいつらは約束してんだよ最後まで一緒にいるって
They promised to be together at the very
頼む
end. Please. Ugh, enough. What do you know? Go home. His hand was stomped by the legs he was clinging to, but he still didn't let go, so the gatekeeper moved on to his head. The guy kicked him in the stomach. Kaneshiro curled up with an expression of agony. However, he kept rising
死
again.
んじまうんだよもう会えねえんだよ最後くらい一緒にさせてやってくれよ
She's going to die. She can't see him anymore. At the end, let them be together. His head on the ground, he kept pleading. It was the most supportive of Higa's idea. And we should go to the Osata and threaten them with violence. And yet, why? Went to the Osata estate before anyone else to beg. I ain't listening to you. How many times do I have to say it? The merciless kid Kaneshiro finally let go. As soon as he did, they finally returned to the other side of the gate. Sound of bolts sliding in place and reverberated the silence. And silence returned once more. Couldn't move until the lingering scent of violence was gone. When the tension had gone, I was finally able to call out to Kaneshiro.
金城さん
Kaneshiro. His face swollen from the beatings. His nose was bleeding and his whole lower face was covered in
なん
blood.
だお前いつからいた
You, how long have you been here?
来ましたそうしたら金城さんが
We just got here, but Kaneshiro, you.
そうな余計なところを見やがって
Shit, you had to see me like this. Kaneshiro spat out the words.
本当に大里家に喧嘩を売りに
Did you really come looking to fight the Osata
して
family?
ねえよあっちから殴ってきただけだ
No way, they're the only ones who threw any
やり返
punches.
さなかったんですか
You didn't
そ
fight
んな
back.
ことしても西目の立場が悪くなるだけだろ
If I did that, it just worsened Nishime's
そうで
position.
すかそれはとても立派だと思います
I see, well, I think you're amazing. They punched and kicked him, and he took it all. Just thinking of the two of them, because in the end, all we could do is ask. Everyone was thinking the same thing.
たく一人で大里家に向かうなんて無謀なことを分家でもないあなたが無茶をして何になるんですの
My goodness, how stupidly reckless are you? Coming to the Osato estate by yourself, what would that accomplish? You aren't even part of the Branch family.
うるさい
Shut it.
ほら拭いて差し上げますからじっとしていてくださいまし
Now let me clean you up, Hotsuya.
てえな余計なお世話だ
Leave me alone, mind your own business. As Kiriko wiped away the blood with her handkerchief, Kaneshiro, face confronted in pain, shook off Kiriko's arm but staggered as a result. Still couldn't stand up by himself.
そんなに痛むんですか
Does your body hurt a
ほ
lot?
っとけ
Drop it. Turned her face to the Osato estate once again. It was only about 10 steps away, but he couldn't walk that far. He immediately stumbled and ran into the telephone pole with his shoulders. And he went from leaning on the pole to sitting on the ground.
ちょっと大丈夫ですか
Are you alright?
うるせえな俺のことなんかどうでもいいだろうがクソがよ
Shut up, I can take this much. Shit. Kaneshi was crying. Cried and punched the pole, over and over again. Tears mixed with his bloody nose and stained the ground.
金城さん
Kaneshiro.
おかしいだろうが
Doesn't make sense.
なんでダメなんだよ会うだけだろ何が悪いってんだクソ
Why can't it happen? It's just a meeting. What's so bad about that? Shit. Didn't know what to say. I was dazed. Kiriko Colt's voice cut through.
私の敵がどこにいるか今ようやくわかりましたわ
I was wondering where my enemy was, but now I understand very well. Yes. Kiriko suddenly pressed the intercom.
何をそんなことをしたらさっきの人たちが出てきてしまいますよ
What are you doing? If you do that, those guys would from just now will come
それ
back.
がどうかいたしまして。
Is there a
どう
problem?
かって暴力で叶うわけないですよ。
How about we're no match for
だからとい
violence?
って私たちだけが黙って見ていて良いとでも
Does that mean we should sit back and watch? That's came here with the same goal as Kaneshiro. Giving up after watching him get beat up would be cowardly. At least we had the status of being from a branch family. Gotta be kidding me. You want another beating? The gatekeeper's face appeared at the side of the entrance. Kiriko instantly gave him an icy
シンジ
stare.
さんを呼んでくださる
Would you call Mr. Shinji? What say wait, your young mistress
軍
Kunsaden?
佐殿と赤継から代表が参りましたのそうお伝えくださる
We come as a representative of the Kunsaden and Katsumi family. Would you pass that along? The usual
つ
practices.
べこべ言わずに行きなさい
Quit your quibbling and get going.
私を誰だと思っているんですの門番であれば役目を全うしなさい
Just who do you think I am? You're the gatekeeper and go and perform your
それ
duty.
ともあなたたちの船は誰の港でもやっているかも忘れたんですの
Or have you forgotten whose port your ship is in?
立場をわきまえなさい
Know your place. Yes, ma'am. The last words had tremendous effect. The gatekeeper was a fisherman conscripted by the Osata family. The marine transportation he relied on to make a living depended on the Kunsaden. I was both excited and pained by the sudden change in attitude. If we had gotten here first, then Keneshiro wouldn't have been beat up. Perhaps my face reflected my thoughts because he told me not to worry about it. Just then the gatekeeper's face appeared once again. Behind him was another man. What do you want at this hour? It was Mr. Shinji. Finally succeeded in bringing up the head honcho. Guess he hadn't been sleeping. Both his hair and clothes were perfectly
非常
arranged.
識だと言うなら謝りますわけれど私より非常識な裁定がなされたと聞いて我慢なりませんでしたの
I apologize for our thoughtlessness. However, I couldn't stand by when I heard something even more thoughtless had been decided. This has nothing to do with me. I'm leaving.
あなたのことですわ
This is all about you. Kiriko said it right as he tried to turn his back to us. What is?
なぜリルーさんを大主御殿へ連れて行ったのかと問うているんですの
We came to ask why you took Lilun to Onushi Palace and decided that the great Ikigami will live in Onushi Palace. Does that answer not satisfy you?
なぜ西目さんは大主御殿には入れないのかしら
Then why can't Nishime come inside Onushi Palace? Only those recognized by the Osata family are allowed entry. The reply came as if they were set in stone. I tried to guess at what he was thinking, but the man showed
そのしき
nothing.
たりを重々承知した上で申し上げます
I am well aware of the custom, but I like to allow
合わせて
Nishime
あ
and
げたい
Lilun
ん
to
で
meet.
すの
Can't be
なぜ
done. Why? Didn't I just explain
な
why?
ら仕方ありませんわね
Well, I guess it can't be helped. What do you mean by that? Do you wish to fight the Osata family?
まさか
Never. Riko suddenly got down on her knees. Then I noticed her forehead was also touching the
この
ground.
通りですわ私は君佐殿の人間とはいえ所詮子供こんなことしかできませんけれどどうかお願いいたします
That's right. Though I am from the Konsaden house, I am only a child. This is all I could do. I beg of you. The hair she was so proud of was touching the ground. Her dress was soaking up the mud.
あかりからもお願いします
I beg you as well. My body moved naturally. That's what Kiriko was doing without a second thought, then it was only right that I do
こ
the
のま
same.
ま離れ離れなんてあんまりです二人は最後まで一緒にいようって約束をしていたんですから
It's too much for them to be apart. They promised to be together until the very
こ
end.
れからも頼む頭下げろって言うんなら何度だって頭を下げる
I beg you to, if you want me to bow down, I'll bow down as many times as you want. Kaneshiro followed suit
お願い
with
し
us.
ます
I beg of you. The gatekeeper gaped in amazement at the unfolding situation. He hadn't thought we'd go this far. Two of the three are daughters of branch families. They were treated like princesses on the island. If there was any value in doing this, I bowed down as many times as I needed to. Are you going to keep doing that until I say yes? Yes, sir. Of course. And if I tell you to go home, you won't? No. No, sir. No way. He sighed. There was a long silence. If he were anyone but a Nishime, I think about it a little. Mr. Shinji seems to be speaking to
それは
himself.
一体どういうことなんですの？
That's... What do you mean by that? Nishine will never be allowed to enter the Osata estate. Long ago, his grandfather and Lady Kiminare quarreled.
本当なんですの？
Is that true? It's true, his grandfather committed a crime. Even now, the older generation haven't forgiven his family.
西目さんのおじいが一体何をしたと言うんですか？
But what exactly did Nishime's grandfather do? I'm not good-hearted enough to tell you that much. Still, Shinji shrugged. However, the one thing I will tell you is that since it's Nishime's grandson, Lady Kiminare will never allow it. That was a refusal. However, at the same time, he threw in a couple of hints. Lady Kiminare was hostile to the Nishime family for something outside the situation. Go home and cease this foolishness.
それじゃ俺たちがここに来た意味がねえんだよ。
Then there'd be no point in us coming here. Gonna get your ass kicked again? Kaneshiro leapt toward Mr. Shinji but was caught by the gatekeepers. Stop it. But who is going to attack you? Said to stop it, don't talk back. Yes, sir. You better be grateful. No, I'll pretend I didn't see that. Go cool off. Mr. Shinji turned his back on us. The gatekeeper shot Kaneshiro a look before shutting the door. Mr. Shinji was gone, but we still lingered for a bit.
少しは効果があったということなんでしょうか？
Does that mean we accomplished
で
something?
しょうね。少なくとも手がかりはいただきましたもの。
Looks like it.
策を考えることはできそうですわ。
We at least were giving a clue. We should formulate a plan.
そんな時間あるのかよ。
Do we even have the time for that?
あるかないかの議論は無駄ですわ。やるしかないんですのよ。
There's no point in arguing if we do all we can do is try.
俺は待たねえからな。
I ain't waiting around.
せめて私たちが考えている間はおとなしくしていただけませんこと？
Can you at least be mature while we think things
知
through?
るかよ。策があろうがなかろうが効果があるまでやるだけだ。
I don't know. I'm just gonna try and try stuff until it works. Plan or no plan.
たく
Spare me. Though she was shocked, Kiriko didn't answer him back. Perhaps she was encouraged by his grim tenacity. Going back tomorrow and the next day, explaining himself over and over. That was the way. That was the way. We could do anything at all. We couldn't give up. Hikaru. I woke up at night. I overslept. Panicking, I pulled my phone out to call Suzuki. That's when I remembered I had been fired. I panicked for nothing and now I was hungry. Headed towards the living room. The house was quiet. There was no one in the kitchen. Did she leave without making breakfast today? Breakfast? Would make it. Hilun would. Hilun. Half asleep, I remember last night. Suddenly feeling like throwing up, I leaned over the sink.
大丈夫？
Are you alright? While I struggled the kitchen, Higa came in. I doubted it before, now I know that yesterday was real. Shouldn't cause her more trouble. I'm fine, just gonna get some sun. I went outside after I had settled down. The sunlight sobered me up. For some reason, I glanced at the mailbox. There was something inside. It looked to be a letter from overseas. It was addressed in English. Couldn't find any postal markings on it. It was addressed to Hikaru Nishime. To me? Sender was my grandfather. Package was hard and heavy. I brought it to the living room to open it right away. It was some kind of leather covered box. Inside was... what was this? Some kind of horn of an animal. Horn. It was inlaid with a design. There was a tag written on it. It was knife. A knife. This was a knife? Why would he send me this? Maybe he wrote something in the letter. I started to read. This was how he began. I never written proper letters before, so I don't know exactly what to write. However, there's so much I need to tell you, and I don't have the money for the international phone calls or confidence in my ability to stay calm. So that's why I'm writing to you, and leave everything after in your hands. By the time my letter reaches you, the great Kiminara will probably already be dead. Inability to hit by the sunlight is a particular affliction of the great Ikigami. When the system manifests in another, it means the current great Ikigami is no longer the great Ikigami. Is it a simple substitution, or has the great Ikigami reached the end of her life? I'm of the generation when the letter wouldn't be out of the question. However, if by chance the great Ikigami is still alive, then you must see her at all costs. Because the one called the great Ikigami is your grandmother. Gripping the letter, I froze. I read the same words over and over. The one called the great Ikigami is your grandmother. The old woman I met at Onoshi Palace. Her? It didn't feel real. Just like I suspected. It didn't feel real. I searched my memory for proof. I recall one scene. Kaoru Nishime. Nishime? You're called Nishime? That's right. Come here. Once I told her I was Nishime, she had told me to come closer. She looked at my face, thinking back on her action, why she had done that. I knew it. I tasted both shock and bitter regret. I should have talked to her even more. Crap, why she even hide it? Anger swelled within me, but I had an equally strong desire to know more. I read the letter engrossed. I feel like you might be confused, suddenly being told that you're the great Ikime's grandson. When I thought about what I could say to help you understand, I decided I'd lay it all out from the beginning. I'll explain it in order, starting from when I met the great Ikigami. Since I'm sure you'll want to know that I'm including it. The story starts when I was young. When I was about your age, I was a gardener. The Nishime family comes from a long line of gardeners. I had been working for my master since I was very young. He was the head of all the gardeners on Toyotoki Island. That being said, he and I were the only gardeners on the island. We tended to the gardens all over the island, even the Osata families. It was the year I came of age, so I think it was the summer of my 21st year. We had been requested to go up the mountain and pretty up Onoshi Palace. Onoshi Palace was the summit of the Mount Nenufa where the great Ikigami lived. The people of the island, our whole lives, have been told that it was forbidden to set foot on the mountain. They said if we saw the great Ikigami, the impurities of the mundane world would be transferred to her. My master was so fearful that he tried to refuse at first. However, the Osata family insisted, and we couldn't. We just grumbled. When we got to the Onoshu Palace, we saw a wild garden that had been neglected for decades. The garden is in state, the pit vipers start moving in, so I figured they wanted it under control even if they had to bring in outsiders like us. My master was timid and I was calm. Think that's wrong? When I was little, I had the courage and I didn't know fear. Taking care of not to make too much noise, every day we came and cleaned up the garden. Half the work was just cutting down the grass and carrying away. It was a tedious job and I worked so sluggishly. That's why I was more enthused than usual when I was told to prune the trees. That day I didn't finish the work I wanted done during the daylight. I talked with my master and I decided to work overtime into the night. My master didn't want to spend even a second longer than he had to at Onoshi Palace, so he went home and left me. In hindsight, my master probably didn't check with the Osato family. If he had asked, they probably wouldn't allow someone to be there at night. Unaware of all of this, I worked by candlelight, thought in the moment of my shears. When I was finally satisfied with my work, I wiped my sweat with my towel. That was when I noticed someone was sitting on the veranda. White-clad form, slender figure with long arms and legs. Long blonde hair shone in the moonlight. She was the most beautiful person I have ever seen in my life. "Who are you?" she called out to me. I was pretty stupid back then and I couldn't imagine who she was. There was a beautiful woman there, so I had to make a pass at her. I eagerly fed her a pickup line. I forgot how exactly she responded, but I remembered she smiled. It was love at first sight. That woman was your grandmother and had been the great Ikigami for a long time. From then on, I slacked off in my work. Since I wasn't getting anywhere, I asked my master if I could remain at Onoshu's palace at night. I waited for her to come out to the veranda. She also looked forward to talking to me. She told me about herself in great detail. In the village where she lived, a noble family would offer one of their young daughters to a god once every 10 years in rotation. This time it was to be from the chief's family, and that's how she came to be here. Also, the great Ikigami was the great Kurotetsui vessel, etc. The Osata family believed that the great Kurotetsui was a god, but actually he was something else, etc. It worried me that she was telling me so much. Should you really be telling me this? Aside from never leaving here, I'm not forbidden anything, she told me airily. I didn't dare to tell her that she was forbidden from talking to outsiders, that she'd be in trouble because of me. By any stand, you should see the great Ikigami. I was told that the punishment would be severe. However, I was young. I would have committed all sort of crime to talk to her more, partly because I fell for her at first sight, but more felt sorry for her. Being sent as a living sacrifice to an unknown place, imprisoned her in her imprisoned in her home, and on top of that, being unable to stand in daylight because she was the great Kurotetsui vessel. It was a far cry from what the Osata family maintained. The great Ikigami's body was nothing more than a fine living sacrifice. I accepted all she said at face value, and at some point I began to want to rescue her. To be able to walk with her in the sun, I was sure it would be wonderful. That was my ideal. When I told the Ikigami my thoughts, she sadly shook her head. She said that staying there was her mission. At the time I was shocked. I was arrogant enough to think that she'd just nod and go along with me. But even though I was overcome with sorrow, I didn't stop seeing her. The end of my job was fast approaching and I was overcame with sadness. Once the garden was ready, a gardener would neither be needed nor welcome. My panic at our dwindling time spurred me on. Every time I meet her, I urge her to run away. However, she never agreed to go with me. In my desperation, I desired her. She accepted my advances. We loved each other. And so time passed and our great task came to an end. On the last day, I asked her for a promise. If the curse gets broken, you'll no longer be the great Ikigami. When that happens, walk on the beach with me. Come to the ocean. What a funny man you are, that can't happen. She entrusted me with a knife that she said was a treasure from her hometown. The knife was inscribed with writing that I couldn't read. With the determination in my heart, I descended the mountain. Next day, I borrowed a small, difficult textbook and began to study. I was serious about breaking the curse. However, my plan was stopped as soon as it began. The great Ikigami was pregnant. The Osata family was in uproar. The search for the father began. The top suspect were me and my master, since as the gunners we came and went the most. As my master insisted it wasn't him, it was inevitable that I was the suspect. I was suspected as the culprit. Since it was truth, I didn't deny it. My master expelled me. I was forbidden forever coming near the Osata residence, and my family disowned me. The Nishime family fled the island and relocated elsewhere. I lost my home, my job, and all the trust, but I didn't care. I want to see her. That was all I felt. I begged the Osata again and again to see her, but they never approved. They wouldn't even allow me to send her letters. Though I lived less than a mile from Onoshi Palace, it didn't look like I ever be able to see her again. I didn't give up. If only I was able to get rid of the great Kurotetsuri, then she'd be saved. At that time, the documents about the great Kurotetsuri were in the library. Many antiques from the Ryukyu dynasty slept in the storage room. I copied absolutely everything from the classical writing into my notebooks. I believe there be a hint in that somewhere. The amount of documents in the collection was enormous. It took me days just to transcribe a small fraction of it. Every night I dream of her. When are you coming back? She would look at me with heart-wrenching eyes. In my dreams I reached out for her and cried when I couldn't reach her. Several seasons passed. My work became known to the Osata family. Declaring that deciphering history was blasphemy, they confiscated my notebooks. They moved the materials from the library to their main residence. My anger was at its peak, having been deprived of my work. I struck at the Osata and killed them all, only sparing her. Those were the disturbing thoughts I played with. However, right around then, the Osata gave me a child. Even though the great Ikigami has given birth to him, we don't want to raise him, so you do it. That's what they said. This child was the only bond left between us. I swear to her that I'd given him a fine upbringing. Ostracized from the village, it was terribly difficult to raise a child on my own. I thought about emerging more than once, but when I thought about her still being at the Onushi Palace, I couldn't make up my mind. My days became full of my child. I no longer approached Osata or tried to investigate their past. That's probably why they figured what happened. For years I only thought of her. I'm sure she'd forgotten all about me. It was a self-serving consolation. Time passed. My child grew up and left the island. But I still lived there. Suddenly had nothing to do. I decided to organize the house. I came across my old research notes. Because they weren't copies of the Osata family documents, they were exempted from the confiscation. I felt a pull to try once again. That barely at my age. I checked every single lead I could. Were there any legends on the island that resembles the great Kurotetsuri? Any unscientific happenings? I read countless books and oral history recitations. Because the Ryukyu dynasty had diplomatic relation with many countries, I spread my search out to include their legends. It was a terrible time-consuming process. But I never forget that day when I was nearly 50. I want to set her free. I want to walk along the shore together. I kept those feelings bottled up nearly 30 years. So she remembered her promise. She'd been told what happened to her own child. The evening of that day I reminisce. I had the old dream. I dream an old woman was sitting on a veranda. I wonder when he'll come. She was no longer speaking to me. She was talking to the moon. Still hadn't given up. I wanted to call out to her. However, the dream ended with me saying nothing. Without me saying anything. I felt incredibly frustrated. In the morning I stood in my garden. If you look at the northern sky, there are mountains nearby. We were separated by less than a mile. Even now she was living on the summit. However, my voice couldn't reach her, nor could I send her letters. A mile was too far. The mile had kept us apart for 30 years. I studied and studied, first by searching the legends of the major Asian countries, then moving to Europe and then North America. The great Kurotetsuri was a mystery left to our modern age. I thought that to confront what lay beyond human knowledge, I need the same power as a god. Surpassing my 77th birthday, I grew impatient over the dwindling time I had left. I was reaching the limits of the document research, and there were questions about my physical health as well. Making a journey to the uncharted areas would only get harder. That in mind, I made preparation for a plan to go overseas I'd be long considering. You know the rest from here. I got a letter from your son on the other side of the world. No idea that my grandson was coming. You could use the house as you wanted, but I just couldn't accept what you said over the phone. There was a girl who couldn't stand in sunlight. Alas, I despaired. I had been alone for decades, but even now I never forgot her face. I had lived by clinging on to hope. Now that hope was gone, she had passed from this world. She'd left. I failed. Everything was too late. Looking back on my life, I wonder where I went wrong. Nowadays, that's all I think about. Was it that I raised my child, or I researched in the wrong place, or perhaps that I even met her? Everything seems like a mistake. That's why I told you to throw that out that lodger. Because I didn't want you to experience the pain of being torn apart. At the same time, I had a hunch, since you were my grandson, you'd go through the same thing. So I at least hope there's a miracle for you. This is the real reason I'm writing this letter. I figured it out as I continued. Along with this letter, I'm sending you a memento of your grandmother. Since I was unable to save her, I no longer have any right to keep it. This may have been too much to ask, but please give this back to the great Ikigami, your grandmother. The letter ended there. I let out a long breath. I read it all again from the beginning. I couldn't wrap my head around the seriousness of the contents.
誰からだったの？
Who's that from? The girl sat down in front of me. I showed her the knife that came with the letter. These patterns looks like writing. Can you read
どれ
them?
どれ？
Which ones? I handed her the knife.
あっちの文字だね。読めるよ。
It's writing from the other world. I can read it. What does it say?
ね。いつまでも待っています。かな。これがどうかしたの？
Something like, I always wait for you. What is this for? Treasured words from my
そうなんだ。
grandfather. I see. I'm going to take a little walk.
気をつけてね。
Oh, don't overdo it. Saying nothing more, he led me outside. I appreciate she didn't ask any intrusive questions. It was hot outside. The burning rays of the sun beat down on my head. Without thinking, I visited the sugarcane fields. See the mountain at the back of the moat field, private property owned by the Osata family. Separated by less than a mile, Lilun was on the summit. The great Ikigami was there. The same scene my grandfather had looked up upon for decades. For 50 years, he looked upon the mountain and remembered the great Ikigami. Just like me. Standing here, I was thinking of Lilun on that mountain. But there was a big difference between me and my grandfather. I mattered to him out in the world somewhere. She never forgot. Back then, the great Ikigami knew I was her grandson. She didn't say it, but I'm sure she did. Just like my grandfather, the great Ikigami remembered him. She believed until she died. Despite their distance, their bonds remain. It never paid off, but I envied it. There was something just and beautiful about it. What about me? Should I continue on the path of righteousness? Walking around the field, I found it. Flat, empty space. There. The secret base, like hut Lilun had built. Where we didn't have anything, sharing our food and spending nights together. The place where it all started. Feelings overwhelmed me. Was I right or wrong? Was this beautiful or dirty? Didn't matter. I wanted Lilun to live. That was all. That was why I chose this path. Time for worry ended when I made my choice. Couldn't go back, so all I could do was fight off guts desperately. That was all.
朝ごはんできてるよ。
Breakfast is ready. When I returned home, he goes in the kitchen. Couldn't believe I was getting a homemade meal. He made mayo beef bowl. Dude food.
おいしい？
Is it good? It's really
よ
good.
かった。
Oh, good. As before, she didn't ask about what was in the letter. Very soon, Kari would come to visit. That was when it'd be time to
こん
talk.
にちは。今日もみずみずしい美少女をお届けに参りましたよ。
Hello, I'm here yet again to deliver a fresh and beautiful young girl. Just as I was thinking about her, she came. Without ringing the doorbell, she waltzed into the living room.
金城くん、その怪我どうしたの？
Kanashiro, what happened to you? Iga dropped her spoon. Kari came with Kanashiro and Goldilocks. The fuss was over Kanashiro. Body was covered in bruises. Looked like his legs were hurt too. They were wrapped in
なん
bandages.
でもねえよ。
Nothing.
なんでもないってことはないと思うけど。
Can't believe possibly nothing happened. Kari caught her eye and quickly shook her head. Don't ask, huh?
それより、西目。お前、ずいぶんと顔がすっきりしたな。
Anyway, Nishime, you're looking better. I am?
ああ、昨日は死人みたいだったぞ。
Yeah, you looked like a dead man yesterday. Yesterday, huh? Just the memory hurt. Just the memory hurt. I'm sorry for causing so many problems.
大したことじゃねえよ。元気ならそれでいい。
Don't worry about it as long as you're better. In the end, he never said who hurt him. Well, who would Kaneshiro lose in a fight to?
西目さん、少し真面目な話、いいですか？
Nishime, can I talk about something a little serious? Once we cleaned up after breakfast, Kari started a conversation. Everyone sat where they wanted and looked at me. But Lilu night.
これからのことをお話ししたく。
Right, I want to talk about what to do next. Wanted to talk about the same thing.
西目さんがそう思ってくれたことが、あかりは嬉しいですよ。
I'm really glad you're thinking that way,
早
Nishime.
速ですが、大里家についてです。
First, let me tell you about the Osata family. Kari told me what happened last night. She said she couldn't wait to get the raid started. What spirit? Iga angrily said I wanted to go too. Thought her anger was a bit misplaced.
大丈夫ですよ。今日もう一度行く予定ですから。
Don't worry, I plan on going
今
tonight.
度は比嘉さんも西目さんも一緒に行きましょう。
Iga, Nishime, would you come with me this time?
そうだね。全員でお願いしたら許可をくれるかもしれない。
That's right, if we all ask, maybe they'll give us
そ
permission.
の前に、君習い様との因縁とやらを明らかにしたいですわね。それがわかれば、交渉の糸口も見えますもの。
First, allow me to clarify Lady Kaminare's position. Once you understand that, we can start figuring out our bargain strategy. Talk got lively. They did all this for me. Surely my heart thought.
それで西目さんの話というのは？
Anyway, what did you want to talk about, Nishime? Actually, I got a letter from my grandfather.
渦中の人じゃないですか。
What? The man in the middle of it all?
いくらなんでも、タイミングが良すぎませんこと？
Isn't the timing a bit too good to be true?
ちげえだろ。何が起こるか分かってたから手紙をよこしたんだ。重要なことが書いてあったんだな。
That ain't right. He sent the letter because he figured something was going to happen. It said something big, didn't it? Yes. It relates to what we're talking about right now. Kanashiro's urging, I told them about the letter. They all listened intently to my
そん
explanation.
な内容だったんだ。なんだか奇跡みたいな話だね。
That letter, the whole thing is like a miracle.
本当ならとんでもねえ話だぞ。
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it could be
とんで
real.
もないどころじゃないですよ。
It's just outrageous.
生神様に子供ですよ。そんなミラクルありえるんですか、キリコ？
The great Ikigami having a kid, such a miracle possible, Kira.
私に聞かれても困りますわ。けれど、大里家が西目を排斥した理由にもなりますし、 説明のつく部分は多いですわね。
I find it hard to believe myself. It would explain the Osata family rejection of Nishime, but there could be many others reason for that. But if it's
だ
true,
としてどう交渉に生かすかが鍵ですわ。
in that case, it'd be the key to our negotiation. Once again, everything was lively. I made a quiet declaration. I'm not planning on negotiating. What? I thought of another
そ
way.
の方法とは何ですの？
What is it?
あかりには分かりましたよ。西目さんのおじいが何をしていたかがポイントですよ。
I've got it. He's going to do the same thing as his grandfather.
まさか
Can't mean you. Guess right. Want to do the same thing as my grandfather. My grandfather spent decades searching for a way to lift the curse of the great Ikigami. He believed there was a way. Also going to believe. I know Lilun's condition is not a disease, but something supernatural. That's why I think we can cure her. Moreover, parts of my grandfather's research were still left here. I could begin with a several decade head start. I'm going to continue, no matter how long it takes. I will break Lilun's
よ
curse.
く言った。お前は男だ。
Well said. That's being a man. Right when I finished, Kaneshiro got into it. He raised his bandage first and slammed it into the table.
最後にもう一度会うなんて耳っちいんだよな。
Meeting one last time at the end wasn't big enough.
やるなら徹底的だ。
Let's go all the way.
呪いをぶっ潰せ。
Let's bust the curse wide
そ
open.
こまでは言わないけど私も賛成だよ。
Wouldn't put it that way, but I
昨
agree.
日はどうにもならないなんて諦めていたけれど西目くんの言う通りできないと決まっているわけじゃないんだよ。
Yesterday I had given up on the idea that I could do anything, but Nishimura is right. We don't know. We don't know it can't be done.
お前たちはどうすんだ？
What about you
も
guys?
ちろんあかりも手伝いますよ。直せるならそれが一番に決まってます。
Of course I'm going to help. Curing her would be the best
私
outcome.
可能であればリルーさんには治っていただきたいと思いますもの。
I'll help as well. I want to see Lilun cured if it's possible. It was all coming together. We naturally saw where we should aim.
よーし。そんで何からやるんだ？
Alright, so what do we do?
残された資料とやらを探すべきだと思いますわ。この家のどこかにあるのでしょ？
I think we should search for documents and such that were left behind. They're probably somewhere in
や
that
さ
in
が
that
し
house.
ですね。あかりはそういうの得意なのでお任せください。
Searching through houses is my specialty. Leave it to me. That makes me a little
人の
nervous.
家なんだからほどほどにね。
This is someone's house, so let's be careful, okay? The living room got noisy. The normalcy that had left my life had just
よ
returned
ー
just
し
a little.
やりますよ
Okay, let's go. Yeah.
あれなんだか外が暗くなってませんか？
Huh? Did it get dark all of a sudden? It's like it.
見てくださいまし。
Look out the
窓の
window.
外
At first I thought it was something in front of the sun. However, the light continued to fall. It'd be obvious to anyone that something was wrong. Goldilocks pointed at the sky. Plants were dyed red by the setting sun. Sun was sinking into the western sea. Current time was 1:30 p.m. Things were happening that shouldn't. When the Nobuka Osata woke up, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. Last night she had brought the great Ikigami to Onoshi Palace, treated her burns and dehydration, and set up vital signs monitoring. By the time she was done, dawn was breaking. She must have laid down in the nap room, but she didn't remember doing that. On the other hand, she remembered everything about the great Ikigami. She made no movements on her own, but abided by whatever the Kanjuna priestess told her to do. She didn't resist being changed into white clothes and having makeup put on before entering Onoshi Palace. As for the letter, Nobuko had asked what they were doing to a sick person. but they answered, "It's tradition." "How are you feeling? You're looking better than I thought you would." Last night, Nobuko had tried to talk with the great Ikigami again and again. There were occasional reaction, but no words. But there was a sense of regularity in the sounds, that she had speaking, she was speaking a language Nobuko didn't know. However, there was no disease that could make a person speak a different language. Medically, she should see it as an impairment of the language ability. At any rate, being unable to communicate was a hard blow. Lack of information from the patient in treatment is lethal. Moreover, the medical equipment Onushi Palace had wasn't as good as they said it was. Compared to the large hospital, it was severely lacking. The only way to cure her was to bring her to Naha when her condition stabilized. That was Nobuko's opinion, but she couldn't see Lady Kiminare allowing that. She and the other Kanjuna thought her illness was a sign of great Uetetsui displeasure. It was a foolish idea, but Nobuko was the minority, and it was customary for the minority to be ignored. She left the nap room and descended to the garden. Flowers of all colors bloom everywhere. Onushi Palace looked like paradise. There she found the Ikigami personal physician, Kinjo. He was looking at the great Ikigami while Nobuko had napped. How's her condition? Stable right now, however. Seems like she's in despair. Her conscience pricked with pain. Nobuko had thought the same thing last night. She looked so awful. It was hard to believe that she was the same person she met before. Did I really do the right thing? It was worrying, but it also seems she has no idea she was being isolated for medical treatment. Nobuko didn't understand the great Ikigami. What are the chances of curing her completely? Can't answer that. Why not? You get upset if I told you it was no use, wouldn't you, Nobuko? Now it was Nobuko's turn to despair. The previous Ikigami doctor had given up. I didn't spend those years just watching the great Ikigami. I came up with my own cures. Kinjo added in a hurried tone. So the cause is unknown. That's right. This is an illness. That's what I think nowadays. If it's not an illness, then how do you explain the symptoms? Forgetting how to speak is a clear sign of neurological abnormality. What about it being a manifestation of the great Kuru Tetsui? If you saw him appear before you, you understand, Nobuko. This is not a doctor's domain. She wanted to say, "Are you stupid?" but thinking it'd be impolite, she held her tongue. At the end of the day, her resignation annoyed her. If her doctor gave up, then who would save her? Such righteous indignation was what drove her, but it was also how she justified separating the two of them. Nobuko didn't consciously think about which feeling was stronger. It was the wisdom of adulthood. She remembered that her little brother had pointed that out to her. Doctor, the great Ikigami is... Right then, a Kanjuna called to them. Just from her panicked look, it was easy to guess what was happening. They ran to the Ikigami bedside. As soon as they slid open the shoji screen, they could hear the beep of the vital signs monitor. What's going on? Heart rate, blood pressure, body temperature. Every single one was in critical zone. Her whole body was taut like she was in pain all over, and she constantly moaned. Nobuko had no time to waste. All she could do was think of how to overcome this crisis that loomed ahead. At the same time, all the Kanjuna entered into the room. They all sat around the great Ikigami and offered up prayers. To Nobuko, it seems to be a despicable act with no value. However, they paid no attention to her. Kinjo brought in AED and attached electrode pad to the great Ikigami's chest. The EKG alarm mixed with the Kanjuna prayers. Nobuko thought, got no time for regrets. Now that I have chosen the spell, all I could do is follow it. Karu.
おいおい、どうなってんだよ、こりゃ。
Yikes, what's going on?
今何時なの？
What time is it?
1時半を過 過ぎた頃でしたよ。
It's just past 1:30 p.m.
なんでそんな時間に夕日が見えるんですかね。
Where is the sun
こ
setting
れ
now?
は明か
This
りがおかしいんですか？
this is just too weird.
私にも見えてるよ。それより太陽ってこんな速さで動くんだっけ？
I saw that too. Besides that, was it moving faster? Everyone went outside. We couldn't take our eyes off the sky. It looked like a video played at 2 times speed. Sun set and the moon rose. Stars twinkled. It was unquestionably night. An occurrence without scientific explanation, an apocalyptic supernatural phenomenon. My brain couldn't process it. My emotion were also stunned. For a truly astonishing event, man is silent. The occult, mass hallucination. Various possibilities flashed through my mind. My consciousness was drawn to just one of these possibilities. A most familiar monstrosity that less than a mile from here. Or was it that night had come? I had an idea. Look up there. God pointed up towards the northern sky. There was a sight that would make a normal person faint. A giant standing upon the island. It had dimly glowing, semi-transparent body that stretched from Mount Nenufar to the heavens. What we could see was its lower half. It was so big we couldn't get a sense of scale. For no particular reason, I thought that its upper half hidden by clouds was the source of the night. No, there was a reason. The nauseatingly sinister power emanating from the giant. The feeling I had toward it was akin to an awe of Mother Nature, like a natural disaster, an act of nature that cannot be resisted by the power of man. That was why mankind called it a god. Suddenly there was an electronic sound. Kari's cell phone rang.
はい、あかりです。あ、すみません。さっきは気づかなくて。何か用で。
Yes, Akari. Yes, Akari speaking. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't notice my phone ringing earlier. What? What?
はい。ええ。はい。
Yes. Yes. I turned my gaze, which had been glued to the sky, to Akari.
なのあんまりじゃないですか。
It's just too much. Almost at the same time, she screamed. What's wrong? Who was that?
のぶっちです。今すぐ大主御殿に来い。
Nobuchi. She said to come to the Onushi Palace right away. Kari was crying. It's easy to guess what else she had
入
said.
るかどうかはわからないけど、もう何分も持たないだろうって。
I'm not sure if we'll be able to get in, but Lilun might not be able to hold out for much longer.
一目でもいいから見に来いって。
So Nobuchi told us to go see her, even if it's just for a
どう
bit.
いうことですの？それは。
What is that supposed to mean? Goldilocks was shaking Akari by the shoulder, as if she thought the violence would change the
何があっ
facts.
た？やべえのか？
Did something happen? Is it bad?
何分も持たないなんて。なんで急に。
It's all just so sudden, she might not hold out.
どうしようもないんですよ。
It doesn't matter, we can't save Lilun
助から
anymore.
ないんです。
Everyone flinched at how direct she was. We had just been talking about how to do that. We were looking for documents my grandfather had left behind and had found some stuff. I thought if we could read and decipher it, we'd understand something. We had hope. It was just now. And yet the god had spoken. We didn't have tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. She said that today was the last day.
どうしたらいいの？私たち何もできないの？
What should we do? Is there anything we can do?
吐いてる場合かよ。なんかあんだろう。
We don't have time to cry. Can we do
車
something?
を手配しましたわ。全員で参りましょう。
I've called a car. All of you come with me. The quickest to recover was Goldilocks. She called her butler who arranged a car.
お前は簡単に諦めてんじゃねえ。
Don't give up so quickly, Kaneshiro yelled in anger. His voice was hoarse and
死
cracked.
ぬって決まったわけじゃないだろうが。今から全部解き明かして助けるしかねえだろう。
She's not dead yet. If we can figure it all out right now, can't we still save her?
いつまで夢を見ているんですの？
How long are you gonna keep dreaming?
これは病気ではありませんの。 す見込みはありませんし、あれを見て何が起こっているか想像もできないんですの。
This isn't a disease. There's no hope of recovery. And look over there. Can you imagine? Can you even imagine what's going on?
ああ、わかんねえな。あれは呪いだろう。なんで医者にもうダメだって言い切れんだよ。
I don't know. Isn't that the curse? Why did those doctors say it was all
やめ
over?
てよ、喧嘩してる場合じゃないでしょ。
Stop it. This is no time for fighting. Gus stepped between them. Kaneshiro and Goldilocks glared at each other, breathing hard. She placed one hand on each of their shoulder and
助ける
spoke.
方法を今から探すなんて現実的じゃない。わかってるでしょ。
It's not realistic to search for a way to save her now, you understand?
山に行けってか。
So we go to the mountain?
神が降りた山に近づく。無理に決まってるでしょ。
You mean
死んじゃうよ。
you mean where the god is? Impossible, we'll die.
それじゃあどうしろって言うんですの。
And what are you suggesting we do?
わかんないよ。誰かどうすればいいのか教えてよ。
I don't know, someone think of something. Iga was crying. Was there any way to save her? We had no clues. Shit. Kaneshiro punched the wall. He hit so hard blood dripped from his knuckles, tormented by a sense of helplessness. We were frustrated by our powerlessness. The sooner we went crazy, the easier it'd be. But that wouldn't happen. All we could do was pray. And all was hopeless. What did we have left but prayer?
西目さんはどうするんですか？
What do you want to do, Nishime? Kari asked me. I couldn't answer. I wanted to save Lilun. I wanted her to live. Those childish desire were all I
リルー
had.
さんが死んじゃうかもしれないんですよ。
Lilun is going to die. I know that.
決めてください。西目さんがこれからどうするのか。
Then decide, Nishime, what should we do? Everyone looked at me. They were waiting for me to decide. They told me to do what I wanted, but either way led to hell. Finally, I realized there weren't any miracles in this world. No one was prepared. There aren't any miracles in this world. That was it in a nutshell. There weren't any miracles, but this world was irrational. I knew that better than most people. I also know of another world. There's something I want to buy. Told them what I wanted. Nashiro and Goldilocks stared at me in shock. Meanwhile, Akari and Higa looked at me with a serious expression. Will it work? All I can do is try. It's the only path I had left.
買ってきたよ。
I bought it. Thank you. Higa handed me a plastic bag. Feeling its weight in my hands, I carried it into the study. I lit the candle and set it on the tea table. I filled a plate with water and set it next to it. I didn't know the official arrangement, but I knew from experience that they weren't always placed in the exact same position. A candle from a sacred torch tapped water in place of holy water. The correct elements standing in for them should have some significance in themselves. We set up a mock shrine from our observation.
本当にできるんですか？
You really think you can do it? Kari had an uneasy expression. I more or less remember how it goes. I saw it a couple
でも
times.
西目さんが使おうとしているのは魔法ですよ。リルーさんならともかく、あかりたちじゃ。
But are you sure you can use magic, Nishme? Lilun would be fine, but we... I told you before, I'm 1/4 from the other world. I never believed in fate. All it ever gave me was suffering and crappy life. But if it was ever going to make up the difference, it had to be now. Water of my blood was magic. I couldn't use magic without mana, but I had blood of my grandmother who served as the great Ikigami for 70 years. Like it was all of this. Like it was all for this
呪
moment.
文はどうするんですか？
What are you going to do without a spell? What's important is an image and mana. Spells are used because they are more stable, but with an image, a ton of mana, you don't need spells.
どうしてそんなに詳しいんですか？
How do you know so much? Someone told me. Lilun did. Like it was all for this moment. I God, the more I think about it, the more it makes me want to cry. I set the prayers in the four cardinal direction in the room. I used the things Li Lun had left behind. I made an altar out of piles of books and offered a chicken meat on a plate. With that, my pseudo shrine was complete. If I were following the proper procedure, I should be sitting down in the hallway and chanting a spell. Instead, I channel all my focus toward the night. The being of power she called upon were always servants of the night. So was the great Koru Tatsuri possessing her right now. Will he still respond in state, or will it be useless, no matter how much I call upon him? I don't know any details, so all I could do was hope. Kneeling in the hallway, I offered my prayers to make my fake shrine.
私も祈るよ。きっと答えてくれる。
I'll pray too, I'm sure he'll respond. The guy sat next to me. Looking determined, Akari did the
なん
same.
だかよくわからないんですけれど、同じようにすればよろしいのかしら。
I don't really know what's going on, but should I do the same?
俺に聞くんじゃねえ。マジでわけがわからない。
I don't know, I got no idea what's happening. The confused Goldilocks and Kaneshiro also sat down in the hall. Think of Lilun. Hair black as night, eyes bright as the moon. The night sky I saw through the telescope that day. Strong image of the night. Come to me, I beg of you. I wonder how much time passed. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, an hour? Right then the hallway grew cold. I felt a mighty power draw near.
なんだかさっきより暗くなってませんこと？
What's happening? Did it just get
や
darker?
べえ気配がするぞ。大丈夫なのか？
Got a super bad feeling about this. Is everything okay? Don't move. If you do, you'll be linked.
はあ？
What?
何言ってんだ？
What does that mean? The study filled with an evil presence. At last, from the ceiling he appeared.
本当に来たんだ。
He really came. Iga murmured, looking up. Otherworldly aura filled the room. Ceremony was a success. I had called a being of
その
power.
魔法を決めないといけないんじゃなかったっけ？
Don't you have to decide what magic to use?
そうですよ。何の魔法を使うんですか？
That's right, what magic should you use? I've already decided. The object needed was something the subject wore on a regular basis. I had it in my hand, the magical item Nilun left behind. Because of this, I didn't hesitate about what magic to use. Fate really did guide me. Believing this, I placed the bracelet with the dark magic stone onto the silver tray. When I offered it, in the study, a black liquid rained from the ceiling onto it, consuming it.
何が起こるんだよ。
What just happened?
わかりませんわよ。本人に聞いてくださいまし。
I don't know, he should really tell us.
その魔法は一体？
Nishime, what was that magic? I dismissed their question and picked up the pillow I had prepared in advance. Sorry, I'm going to sleep for a bit, then I'll see Lilun. What I had wanted to do was the last ritual she performed, the magic of connecting dreams. I was standing in the shallow of the ocean. The waves rippled over the tops of my feet. Above, cumulonimbus clouds filled the sky. Behind me was the familiar hotel. The same dream I had last time. Even when I didn't have a job, I dreamed about work. The sea spreading out in front of me at a boundary line. That was when our dreams connected. The magic was successful. I was connected to Lilun's dream. If she wasn't asleep or dreaming, if either were the case, then this wouldn't have worked. This success was also because of fate. Do you think so, God? It all began with a dream. Last time I connected to Lilun's dream, I had seen black shadows take her away. In hindsight, those shadows were the same ones that appeared when those police officers had tried to the same thing. It was a great Kuro Tetsui. He was the cause of everything. To settle all this, I had to enter Lilun's dreams once more. What I'd do beyond that, I didn't know. I was going to find all the information my grandfather had gathered, but that was no longer an option. It was pure stupidity to challenge a being that could steal my life with a mere thought. But while I understood it was reckless, I was still determined. I started walking to the borderlines between dreams. The Onushi Palace we saw that day was recreated in Lilun's dream. Part of it was ringed by the boundary of the dream, and I could see inside. Lilun was in there. She was in an old-fashioned Japanese-style room on a futon. The wooden mannequin, like Kanjuna, seems to be surrounding her. Even this religious scene was frightening. The medical equipment Lilun was hooked up to was out of place. Lilun. Even though it only been 2 days since we were separated, I felt intense longing for her. Just this reunion made me happy enough to cry. I ran up to her, my face hit a wall. I fell back into the shallow. The pain was so intense, my hand automatically moved to my nose. It was bleeding. It felt frighteningly real. I headed over once again to Lilun's dream and didn't encounter any particular obstacles. I reached out as I approached the boundary. I touched something. An invisible glass like a wall separated our dreams. This wasn't here last time. Did the magic go wrong? No, the magic itself was performed by the being of power that I summoned. I couldn't make a mistake. I stand with the knowledge I didn't have, probing my memory, and I remembered I had seen this before. When Lilun had brought back Higa's grandma, this same kind of wall had appeared between the hallway and the study, kept Higa from being able to touch her grandma. Lilun had called it barrier between living and the dead, a wall that divides creatures who live by different principles. If our dreams were divided by that wall, it meant one of us was in the world dead. It's not impossible that I was killed when I summoned whatever it was. But there was a response that magic had succeeded and our dreams were now connected. If I was alive, then that meant that the dead one was. No. Didn't make it in time. Was it all for nothing? There wasn't anything I could do. Lilun. Beating on the wall, I called out to her. Called out her name. Can you answer me? Answer me. Can you hear me? Answer me. Kept hitting the wall. Of course, no matter how hard I tried, it didn't break. But it would be enough. Lilun noticed. She got up and looked at me, but nothing was reflecting in her hollow eyes. Can you see the wall? If we don't do something, this guy'll do something awful. You know something, don't you? I came to apologize for giving you to the Osatas. I didn't betray you. You can hear me, just nod. No matter how I screamed, she didn't change. My voice didn't reach her. She had an expression of despair. Perhaps hatred as well. Why has the traitor come here? That was what she seems to be saying. If only we had words. If only I could talk to her. I could explain everything. I could tell her I didn't betray her. Why can't I get through? Since I lost the opportunity to explain, the past was at all Lilun had left. She had forever thought her whole life she'd been surrounded by liars, but then at the very end she thought the boy she met wouldn't let her down. That was what she believed. But because she believed in him, she was betrayed again and lost her life. That was how the story ended. The weight of breaking this promise was very different. No, that's not what I meant to do. I felt dizzy. I almost fell down, but I used my hands to keep myself upright. I crouched down and held my head between my hands. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to breathe. I have done? Should I have kept my promise? Should we have stayed together until the end? I have chosen the right answer from her point of view. I didn't want to see her die. It was impossible to accept death. I didn't want to lose her. I didn't want her to disappear. I want to live happily with her for a long time. Lilu's emotion wouldn't be balanced out if I didn't do that much. Thinking all this, I struggle on the ground as a result. The result now, in the end, the best Lilun could hope for was to die with a fleeting happiness. It was a horrible story. Why? Why? I heard a voice. That's what I thought, so I lifted my head. Lilun had approached the barrier, came closer to the wall, still that blank expression. She was looking down on me. Lilun. When I called out to her, she also said something back. I could see her lips moving, but I couldn't hear her voice. Was she scolding me or expressing her disappointment? I just didn't know. We no longer even had the right to yell at each other. Couldn't read anything from her expression. Her blank, static face was terrifying. She was talking again. She held out her right hand. In her palms was a silver ring, the present I had given her before. The engagement ring which she used to represent our bond now represented my betrayal. I gave it to her, only to turn on her in the very end. I didn't keep my promise. If I could do everything again, I'd do it differently. Meaningless resolution. There were no do-overs for us, just like there was no time, no next time. So, when Lilun deliberately put the ring on the ring finger of her left hand, I couldn't believe what I was seeing. This is a proposal, isn't it? Lilun had said back then. Of course she knew what the ring meant. She knew. She knew and put it on. Lilun, why? I put through so much awfulness I can't even begin to. I've put you through so much awfulness I can't even begin to. I was terrible. A low life deceiver. Oh. Oh. You still feel the same way about me? I touched the wall and cried. All I could do was cry. Lilun touched the barrier in the same spot. The thick wall was insurmountable. Even so, I could still feel her warmth. Lilun touched the ring fondly. Tears of embarrassment streamed down her face. Just seeing that made me deliriously happy. She was saying something. I couldn't hear her at all. I still understood her. She understood me too. We could no longer exchange words, but that wouldn't defeat us. The wall divided the living and the dead, but we wouldn't be discouraged. I wanted to show fate and the world that arranged these cool twists that no matter that no matter how badly they treated us, we wouldn't give up. No matter where we were, we'd be happy if we were together. Right now was the happiest moment of my life. This was so wonderful. Felt like I could forgive all the suffering I've been through. I was aware of her on the other side of the wall. I tried to feel her presence, to burn it into my memory. I loved Lilun. I love her now. I love her even now that she was caught in a faraway place. I will always love her. But it wasn't to be. This happiness couldn't last according to reality, the world, fate. I felt anger in the depths of my being. With tremendous heat, it loudly insisted. Don't stand for unhappiness. Don't stand for fate. Resist. Fight. Destroy the world schools. I swear I'll save you. I stood up. I got a running start. I threw my body into the wall. It repelled me. I tumbled for who knows how many miles across the sea. Right then the dream world would begin to tremble. Perhaps my attack had already had an effect, but it wasn't that. Rather, the boundary was beginning to thicken. Was the magic wearing off, or was it an omen that Lilun's dream was going to place that magic? Was the magic wearing off, or was it an omen that Lilun's dream was going to a place that magic wouldn't reach? Either way, the fact that the distance between dreams was widening meant that my time was running out. How should I use this time? It's the same question again. Lilun had wanted to be together until the end. We promised. The first time anyway. But the second time, Lilun was throwing everything in the room against the wall. She was hitting with a chain that was around her right hand. I wanted to live, she said. She promised not to give up as long as there was a way. That's right. This was the path we chose. Wake already. I pummeled the wall. Even though I was in a dream, I felt bone-crushing pain. It was useless, unarmed. There were tools. It was my dream, so I could easily make weapons appear. However, not even a stone fell as I looked to the sea. I need something to break a wall, anything. I screamed. Suddenly a chair from the sky. It looked like something from the living room. Did I create it? I didn't know. At this point, anything was better than bare hands. I hit the wall with the chair. The legs quickly snapped off. Find anything more solid? Once again, I demanded. This time a fire extinguisher fell. When I threw it again, it's the wall, everything inside spurted out. Its content wafted all around, making me break into a coughing fit. When my vision cleared, I was struck by a lightning bolt. Did something. Though only slightly, the wall was cracked. It was a little less than an inch long. However, it was enough to be visible. It can be broken. I need weapons, anything. Hammer fell down. Screwdriver. A whole toolbox. One by one, I threw them at the wall. Little by little, the crack grew. Because the barrier between us widened, over time I had to break it faster than the distance could grow. It's the only way. What in the world is going on? I don't know, but we gotta give Nishime stuff that break down the wall. We all tore the house apart from proper destruction tools. At first we didn't understand, but then Nishime started crying and asking for help while he was asleep. If only I could break this wall, he said. When Kaneshiro gave the sleeping Nishime a chair to hold, the chair broke. We didn't really understand it, but we figured in the magical dream he was fighting some kind of battle. We collected every possible weapon we could find. The fire extinguisher broke. Is that also magic? Quiet. Forget about logic. Believe in Nishime. Try this, then a toolbox. Alright, he's holding it. It broke? The hammer is no good. Just how solid is this wall? Do we have a bomb? Why would we have a bomb? I wonder what kind of wall it is. You can break it. Higa clenched her fists. Well, you can break most anything barehanded. Tools are for those without power to endeavor with.
お前が西目の夢に行け。
You gotta go into Nishime's
無
dream.
茶言い過ぎですよ。
That's asking too much.
夢をつなげる魔法をもう一度使って彼の夢につなげればロジックの上では問題ありませんわ。
No, if we use the dream connecting magic again, we can connect his dream. We can connect his dream. The logic is sound.
何気に冷静ですね。
How can you be so calm, Kiriko?
俺たちは魔法を使えねえんだぞ。
We can't.
他の方法だ。
We can't use magic. Think of something else.
だから力だけ送るよ。他の道具みたいに夢に送ってあげられるかわからないけど。
Well, in that case, I'll send him my power. Though I don't know if I can send it over like the other tools.
お願い届いて。私の力はなくなってもいいから。
Please take it. I don't mind if I lose my power. Higa grasped Nishimi's hand and took a pose like she was praying. I had no idea if the power could be sent like tools, but there was nothing I could do but pray alongside her that I reached him. I absentmindedly squeezed the handle of the fire extinguisher. I suddenly felt confusing swirl of power. The output was beyond what my body could produce. Because it was a dream? I didn't understand the logic, but I was grateful all the same. Grabbed the hammer, the most effective tool so far, and started hitting the wall. The impact was so strong, the hammer broke, but there was a... Man. I need to brace myself. Hold on. But there was a crack in the wall. I wish I had another hammer. Part of me thought that, and another thought my fist would be enough. I could break it with my fist. My feelings puzzled me for some reason, but I was also confident. It's okay, I can break it. My voice sounded like a different person. I didn't know whose voice it was. I felt I could believe in it. I abandoned all tools and bet everything on my right fist. I pulled all my body weight into it. I took a step on the sandy ground. I threw my fist at an unbelievable speed, which the wall absorbed. Then cracks started to spread from the point of impact. A second later, a thunderous crackling sound filled the dream. Possibly the barrier between life and death broke.
こんなことって運命のはずなの。
We did it, even though it was supposed to be fate. Fate is just a name man gives to the past. If you ask me, the walls were just fated to be
かっこいい
too
の
big.
ムカつく。光のくせに。
Your being cool is kind of annoying, Hikaru. What's that supposed to mean? Somehow we understood each other's word. Perhaps because it was a magical dream, there was no language barriers. In that case, I could finally tell Lilun, I'm sorry I broke my
その
promise.
代わり迎えに来てくれたでしょ。
But in exchange, you came to see me in here, didn't you?
だからありがとう。
In that case, thank you. Lilun leapt into my arms. I could feel her body heat through her clothes. Right here and now, at least she lived. There was nothing that could make me happier. Let's get out of here. We get to the other side, you'll be safe, right?
多分そうだけどいけないわ。
That's probably true, but I can't. Why?
これがあるから。
Because of this, Lilun lifted her right hand. There was a chain shackled to her wrist. The manacles that had appeared in the previous dream. She was chained, and the other end stood a black shadow. It was clutching the other end of the chain. It's you. You're the one trying to kill Lilun, the great Kuro Tetsui, the ancient god who had long lived on Toyotoki Island, also known as the servant of the night, spirit of the other worlds who governed the night. Let go of the chain. I stood before the shadow. If he touched me, I'd die I'd die like those police officers. I understood that, but I wasn't afraid. I didn't see any kind of killing intent or ill will. Rather, it seemed sad. Suddenly, the dreamscape changed. I was standing alone in a cave I had never seen before. Didn't see Lilun or Onushi Palace. I was the only one who had been brought here. I was upset at being separated. Black shadow stood nearby. What did you do? What is this place? I received no answer. It kept hold of the chain. It kept hold of the chain and moved deeper into the cave. I got a feeling it was, come with me. What was going on? But while I thought that, I didn't have any other choice but to do as it asked. Well, whatever its form, it was a god, and I was a human. I have no choice but to follow where it lead. What is this place? We finally arrived at an open space. Most of the ceiling had caved in. The hole was so big I could clearly see the sky, but I couldn't tell what part of the island I was on. But the surprising part wasn't that. But the man-made object in the clearing. A line of well-ordered crumbling stone walls. White powder was scattered here and there. The deeper we went, the more worn down the stone walls become. But there was also conclusive evidence to explain this location. A skull on top of a rock. This was an ancient graveyard. The black shadow continued even further. It eventually stopped when we finally reached the end of the cave. The skeleton in chain was leaning against the wall. The shadow disappeared as if the skeleton was absorbing it. They were not human bones. Horns grew from its forehead. It had bird-like wings on its back. Meanwhile, it had hands and feet were exactly like humans. Its right hand was suspended in space, attached to a manacle. The manacle was attached by a chain to the wall. It was exactly the same way as Lilun was bound. At this point, what the black shadow was requesting seemed ludicrous. Wicked wanted to say. App is telling me that Lilun would be safe if I broke the chain. Maybe it was just trying to use me. I didn't know who or what this chain non-human entity was, but the noxious fumes emanating from it told me it was nothing good. Perhaps the physical restraint on it acted as a seal against something harmful to humanity. But what would happen if I destroyed its chains? What if these remains were the main body of the great Korotatsui? What if the shadow we've been seeing were just part of him that leaked beyond the seal? If I release him from his chains and his full power return, Lilun may die, or she may be freed and the world would perish. The great Korotatsui might go back to the other world. This might happen, or maybe that. I didn't have enough information to make a judgment, but in reality I would be fine with anything. Because if I did nothing, I knew Lilun would die. My heart had decided long ago. My own will, I choose Lilun. I need a tool to break the curse. I spoke into the emptiness, and a few seconds later a box dropped from the sky. Inside was the memento my grandfather had sent of my grandmother. The knife created in the other world, etched with my grandmother's feeling in their language. She would always wait for my grandfather till she died. Grandfather brought this knife with him on his travels around the world. He was right in saying he put his life on the line trying to save her. Outside the cage, he kept thinking of her. I was sure he wanted to save grandmother with his own hands. He wanted to hold her hand and walk along the shoreline in the sunlight with her. And the reason he couldn't was because of the skeleton in front of me. I was sure skeleton had its own circumstances, its own sorrows. I was just imagining, but I wasn't sure. If that was the case, let's cut away both regret and remorse right there. I clasped the knife in an underhand grip. Took a deep breath. But my grandfather's persistence in caring for my grandmother for over 50 years. For Lilun, for Kari, for Higa, for Kaneshiro, for Goldilocks. All the people who had been torn apart by the great Kuretetsuri. Put my back into it. With all my strength, I swung the knife at the chains. The change was drastic, dramatic. The chain itself flayed like it was rejecting the knife. The supernatural force bounced me a few yards away. I landed heavily on my back. Someone's bone shattered and flew into the air as dust once more. With a running start, I thrust out the knife. Same song and dance once more. As I did it over and over, a crack appeared in the chain. The seal was breaking. Something was being released. A sinister magic filled the cave. I still had no confidence I was doing the right thing. I was just fighting for myself, putting my life on the line. Even if I had to spill some blood, I didn't care what happened to the world as long as Lilun was saved. With one final blow, I broke the chain. As soon as that happened, the world changed. The seal broke. I was engulfed by the power that poured out, and it threw me against a wall. I half opened my eyes to see what happened, and I had released a powerful, inhuman something from the remains. It seems to be looking at me. I couldn't tell what it was feeling. Sunlight that had been shining through the hole in the ceiling was gone. The cave was once again enveloped in darkness. The being of power whispered. It was trying to tell me something. I couldn't get a good sense of what it meant. My consciousness drifted away. The whole world was swallowed by night. Shinji Osata couldn't believe his eyes. The sun was moving towards the east. The sky turned ultramarine. Night descended as if there had never been a dawn. At the same time, the sky above the mountain disappeared. The stranger that had fallen upon the island vanished without a trace. Observing the still as death ocean, Shinji Osata faintly smiled. He realized everything was over. As the Osata family mission could no longer be fulfilled, that meant all the suffering and effort they put in until now had come to naught. That's alright, he thought. The world was reshaped by giving young people choices. Some might call it annihilation, but could anything be more interesting? Suddenly he couldn't remember. What was it I wanted to protect? She's alive, Nobuku. She's alive. Kinjo had finally gone crazy. That was the first thing Nobuku Osata thought by the time Dr. Kinjo had taken over cardiac massage. She was unconscious. Suffering cyanosis, her body temperature had dropped under 90 degrees, and she showed no vital signs for several minutes. But she suddenly gripped Nobuku Osata's hand back. The seemingly dead great Ikigami was spontaneously breathing again. Her EKG was no longer abnormal and her body temperature was rising. Suddenly, as if by magic, every value was returning to normal. It was a miracle. She made a full recovery in only an hour. What's going on? Only an hour? What do you mean? Nobuku, is it already nighttime? Night? At Dr. Kinjo's urging, she looked at the sky. A starry sky without a trace of daylight. Had it been that long? It didn't line up with her senses. She had a bad feeling about it. Right then, the great Ikigami awakened. She seems to be asking something, but still no one understood her. As soon as she realized that she mimed the clutching her throat, it looked like she was thirsty. He came back from the brink of death and immediately demanded water. The patient quickly recovered. It was due to excellent medical treatment. At least, that was a doctor's perspective. For some reason, Nobuku wasn't quite satisfied with that. The quite ridiculous notion that some supernatural power had saved her life wouldn't leave her mind. Hikaru. He's awake. Nishime woke up. When I awoke, I was in my own room, lying in my own bed. Kari was at the bedside. I could hear noisy footsteps in the hallway.
西目くん
Nishime,
起きたのか
you awake?
どこか具合の悪いところはありまして
Are you feeling unwell in any way? Iga, Kaneshiro, and Goldilocks all burst in one by one. They all said stuff. Don't move around too quickly and drink some water. I'm really
大
alright.
丈夫じゃないですよ。娘さん、丸一日眠ってたんですから。
You're not alright. You slept the whole day, Nishime. Is that right? Now that you mention it, I was thirsty. My voice felt sickly. My voice felt sticky and I couldn't talk
も
easily.
う起きないのかと思ったんですよ。生きててくれてよかったです。
I didn't think you'd wake up again. I'm so glad you're alive. Kari burst into tears and I was confused. Something must have happened while I was asleep. Was I in such bad shape? She cried over it. Maybe I made a mistake since I used magic just by mimicking what I'd seen. I couldn't distract myself at all. No matter what I thought about, my mind was only one thing. How is Lilun? I asked nervously. Iga and Kanashiro both answered at once.
目を覚ましたんだ
Lilun has awakened. She woke up. It's what they said. For a while I couldn't speak. Felt a sense of accomplishment or maybe relief. Couldn't put the emotion welling within me into words. But I did feel like crying. So glad.
ああよかったなお前すげえよ
Yeah, it's great. You did good.
頑張ったんだね
Wonderful.
あがりは信じてましたよ。
I believed in you.
鼻水を拭きなさいませ
Wipe that snot off your nose. I looked out the window. It was already dark out. I had slept through the day and into the next night. A long time to be sleeping. What time is it? I asked for some reason. I remembered well what Higa said to me at that
今は
time.
ね西目くんが魔法を使った次の日の午前11時
It's the day after you used magic. 11 a.m.
まだ夜が明けないんだよ
But dawn still hasn't come. Around 2:30 p.m. yesterday, the sun suddenly disappeared. But this time, it was just Japan that was affected. It wasn't just Japan that was affected, it was the whole world. Dawn didn't arrive in areas where it was night, 2:30 p.m. GST. And places where it was daytime would change like there hadn't been a dawn. Since then, no area of the world had seen sunrise. The whole earth had lost the sun. Only the moon, which couldn't shine without reflecting the light of the sun, floated in the night sky. A phenomenon beyond human control. It was unlike that there even was an answer. That was what they were saying. We must have made the gods mad, they said. That was right. The world might never see dawn again. Four days later. Then some stuff happened and I was hospitalized. I was running a fever about 100 degrees. I also had a bunch of cuts and bruises. I guess actions in dreams would bounce back into reality. It'd be bad if I had died in the dream, probably. But now that it was over, it was just a funny story. Well, I doubt I would have done anything different even if I had known. Anyway, the fever lasted 3 days. Was it an after effect of using magic or a simple illness? I didn't know the root cause, but after 3 days of suffering, I was amazingly just fine on the 4th day. The world changed while I was slept. Let's examine a few items. First, close to home were the actions of the Osata family. After Lilun's miraculous return to life, Lady Kiminara granted permission for her to be taken to the hospital. She was now hospitalized under the pretense of examination in Naha, but she doesn't have insurance, you may be thinking. But the Osata family took care of that. So far, there were no mental or physical abnormalities. If anything, it seems like I was more seriously injured while I was asleep. The warm care I received thanks to Noboshi. Why her? I was confused about that, but it turned out her real name is Nobuko Osata. Everyone was involved with this. Incidentally, this was the first time the great Ikigami had ever been off Toyotoki Island, aside from Lilun's excursion before she was the Ikigami. The Osata family breaking their own tradition seems to be a serious matter, and Shinji Osata had been having meetings every day to explain the situation. I guess the big reason for the change of heart was the great Tetsue, the human thing I freed. Maybe those bones were a servant of the night caught in the ancient times. But in that case, why did a servant of the night come to this world? I was told he was a great spirit in the other world. So how did it end up chained in a cave on an island in Okinawa, Japan, on Earth? There was so much I didn't understand. If there was one thing I knew for sure, it was that night ruling the world was because I broke that seal. I did that. I chose that. Right when the servant of night was released, daylight was stolen away. For a time, I was horrified by the magnitude of the crime I've committed. I wanted to be punished with unconsciousness. Maybe that was why. Shinji Osata arrived on my 4th day of hospitalization, bearing punishment. You look better than I figured. Yeah? Shinji Osata came alone. He set his gift of sweet on the desk and abruptly took a seat on the folding chair set out for visitors. He looked at my face. I had an awful fear that he was reading my mind. So, how does it feel to destroy the world? A question as pointed as the tip of a spear. Couldn't help but be flustered. What are you talking about? I heard about it, how you use some kind of magic to enter into dreams. Who told you? The great Ikigami. Lilun did? She said you came into the dreams world to save her, and you also lifted a curse upon the great Tetsue. She told him everything? I gave up trying to hide anything and instead took up a defensive posture. What are you doing? Trying not to get killed? If we wanted to kill you, we wouldn't have given you such a nice hospital room. I later heard it was the Osata family who arranged my hospitalization. For some reason, Shinji Osata did me a favor. I released the great Tetsue. In other words, I essentially destroyed the belief system of Toyotoki Island. In fact, it brought a great calamity upon the entire world. There were plenty of reasons to kill me. Of course, the Osata family cannot approve of what you did, Nishime. I see. However, you don't bear all the blame. Huh? After all, you heard the Toyotoki Island legends from Yasui. Yasui? The homeless man you're friendly with. Yasui, yeah? Yasun? Yasun must be Yasui. That Yasu, well, I must be going. Huh? It's over already? Shinji stood up, just as abruptly as he sat down. Then, why did he even come here? He didn't talk about anything important. It was the kind of situation you could say came from left field. That night I understood. I dreamed about the old story about Yasen had told me. The gods had been trying to punish man since the ancient times. The great Ikigami alone had been delaying the punishment. That was definitely the myth. Shinji Osata came to remind me of that. The root cause was in the past. What I did was break the system that delayed the punishment. The calamity would have eventually struck. Perhaps he wanted to convey that it wasn't the fault of one individual. As if, right? But if that was true, then I have to change my opinion on the Osata family. It was their duty to delay the punishment, to struggle against destructive destiny unknown by anyone in the entire world. If they did well, they got no praises. If they messed up, every person in the world would be upset and complain about them. Humans were self-centered like that. Without our knowledge, someone imposed peace upon us, but when we lost it, we got mad with rage. That said, we couldn't be blamed for our ignorance. It wasn't something that could be overcome by struggling against it, and the risk of destruction was probably lessened by keeping it under wraps. The fate of the world entrusted to a single person, it was an absurd arrangement. If you unravel what's called a calamity, you may just end up with someone's secret surfacing. On the 5th day, I was able to walk around the hospital, buy something from a stand, and stroll somewhere nearby. More ways to divert my boredom. After a fever went away, my appetite came back. My mood also improved. Around then, Akari and Goldilocks also came to visit. In many ways, things were going well.
どう思います？あかりのステージ衣装。
What do you think of my performance
少
outfit?
し露出が過ぎるんではありませんの？まだ高校生でしたよ。
Aren't you showing off a bit too much skin? You're still a high schooler.
韓国のアイドルに比べればこれくらい大したことないですよ。
This is nothing compared to those K-pop stars. The usual gang was the hospital room. I'd like to thank the Osata family for giving me a private room. But thanks to that, it had become a receiving room. When I had first recovered, they were tearful and happy, but that had seemingly
一日い
passed.
ただければ、もう少し品のある衣装に仕立てられましたよ。
Just give me one day and I can make your outfit more tailored.
では頼みましょうかね。
My back hurts. And please do.
ところで西目さんの退院はいつでしたっけ？
By the way, when are you being discharged, Nishime? Don't you, by the way, me. It's tomorrow. I'm better
たま
already.
り場も今日までとはどこで食べればいいんですか？
Air condition. Fuck. Where'd it go? Nishime, you bitch. Just because you saved the night, just because you punished the world, doesn't mean you need to punish me with no air conditioning. So I can only hang out here until tomorrow, then. Ah. Fuck. So I can only hang out here until tomorrow. Then when will I go to chat? Where will I go to chat? Who cares? Just go home
帰れた
already.
ら苦労しないんですよ。
If I could, I wouldn't be so troubled. What Akari said was true. The ferry connecting Toyotoki Island and Hisako Island was still suspended. The reason was that they didn't have any experience operating at night. Even though 5 days had passed, the sun still hadn't risen. I heard that countries that prided themselves on being very scientific all got together to investigate, but because the phenomenon itself defied science, they had figured out a solution. It was the work of God. People interpret it in different ways, but the particular thought was spreading. Humanity has committed a sin with being punished for, they
落
said.
ち着いてますわね、あなたは。
You're awfully calm, aren't you? The questioning suddenly turned.
まあ西目さんはずっと病院にいましたし実感がないんじゃないですか？夜でも昼でも変わりないですし。
Well, Nishime had been in the hospital all this time, so it doesn't really feel real. Day or night makes no difference.
闇を好む俺にとっては都合の良い世界だぜ。
This world suits me well with my affinity for
金
darkness.
城いつからいたんですの？
Kaneshiro, how long have you been
明け
here?
ない夜を人類は解き明かせね
Mankind can't figure out a night without
え。わか
dawn.
るか？まだその時じゃねえんだよ。
Understand it's not
ま
nighttime yet.
たわけのわからないことを。
It's not time yet. Again with
そ
your
の話に
nonsense.
乗っかるとあかりは宇宙人説を推しますね。
Speaking
宇
of
宙人にできないなら宇宙人に決まってます。
speaking of all of this, I'm thinking aliens can do what
宇
Earthling
宙
can't.
人の目的は何ですの？太陽のないビーチ？
What exactly is this alien's goal? A beach
迷
without a
惑
sun?
ですわよ。誰が観光に来るんですの？はあ、大赤字ですわ。
So frustrating. What about our tourism? Ah, such a
お
loss.
前んとこはそれぐらいで済むんだからいいだろうが。サーフィンなんてできねえんだぞ。
That's all you have to worry about. Then count yourself lucky I can't go surfing. No one blamed me. I told everyone what I had done in the dream. I was the only one at fault for causing the worldwide night. Even so, no one blamed me. I blurted out. It's night now, but dawn come in 5 days.
は？
あ？
Ah? That's what I heard. After 10 days, it'll
何
return.
の話ですか？それ誰が言ったんです？そんなこと？
What this? Who told you this? The great Kuro Tetsui. This was the last secret I hadn't told anyone. I didn't want to cause any celebration prematurely, so I kept it a secret. But suddenly I wanted to tell them. I didn't know why.
西目さん、詳しく。
Ishime details. The Kari pestering, I explained the end of the dream. The deepest part of the dream that not even Lilu knew about. No, it was too real to be a dream. I think that cave was reality, so I told them. Details mixed with fantasy. But the released great Kuro Tetsue had definitely said that in 10 days he'll return. He hadn't said what would be returning, but at the time my senses were pretty fuzzy and I didn't think about it. However, looking at the world states of affair, I feel safe saying it's daylight that's been stolen. Why 10 days? Why did he steal it? The latter because humanity is being punished for a crime, but as the former, that remains a mystery. Sure that no use in thinking about it. To borrow a phrase from Shinji Osata, it's not for mankind to question God's way.
どうしてそんな大切なことを黙っていたんですの？今すぐ世界中に発信しなくては。
Why did you keep quiet about something important? We need to tell the whole world right now.
誰が信じるんだよ、そんなこと。中二病のザレ言だと思われて終わりだろうが。
Who even believe it? It sounds like the ravings of a delusional
あなたに
teenager.
言われたくありませんわ。
You have no right to take that tone.
謎が謎を呼びますね。
Cruiser.
少し調べてみたい気もします。
I think I'll do some research. She turned expectant eyes towards me. Count me out. Once I get discharged, I gotta look for a job.
いいですよ。一人でやりますから。
Fine, I'll do it myself. By the way, is Higa still in the
い
hall?
ますよ。リルーさんと一緒に戻ってくるそうです。
She is. She's going to come back with Lilun. I see. I had a favor to ask, but I guess I'll do it over the phone.
何ですか？やらしいお願いですか？
What is it? Do we want something lewd? Idiot. Deliver a chop to Akari's head. Suddenly I realized that normal life had returned. The morning of the 10th day arrived. It was the day of not just the sun's return, but also Lilun's return to Toyotoki Island.
全然夜が明けないんですけれど、どうなってるんですか？西目さんや。
Dawn hasn't broken at all. What's going on, Ishime? I don't know. Maybe he counts days differently. It was 7 a.m. Despite the promised 10 days having passed, today the world was still shrouded in night. Maybe he lied. Maybe I remembered wrong. I broke out in a cold
そ
sweat.
れより船はまだなんですの？約束の時間を過ぎてましたよ。
More importantly, is the ship here yet? Isn't it supposed to be here by now?
時間通りに運行されるわけねえだろうが。
How are they supposed to run on time? Today's on the 10th day, a special ferry was arranged to run between Hisaku Island and Toyotoki Island. Originally, they didn't operate at night, but as the amount of people stranded grew, demand became higher. As a note, Akari and I returned via Goldilocks' private boat. And it looked like people who knew fishermen also went home by the same way. But aside from those expectations, the rest of the passengers hadn't been home in 10 days, and Lilun was on that boat. Inevitably, we met. A reunion after 10 days. What kind of expression should I have? I was happy, but my hands were shaking with nerves.
来たみてえだな。
Oh, it's coming. Kaneshiro spoke up. I saw a light on the pitch black sea. As the point of light grew larger, I could hear a steam whistle. Then in a flash, it had docked. With a rush of footsteps, the passenger spewed out on its its inside, including a particular beautiful one. She was tall for a girl, and even at this distance, I could see her limbs were also long. Wearing clothing from the other world, she had what I like to call an otherworldly beauty. It was magical to watch her figure walk with the moon on her back. I'm not mistaken. It's Lilun. Iga was with her, and they walked straight towards us. The wretched sickliness was gone, and she wore her usual unperturbed expression on her face. I waved at her, and she waved back.
リルーさん、お久しぶりです。
Lilun, it's been so long. Kari flew right at her. Okay, I'll say something too. Oh! It's the great Ikigami. The great Ikigami has returned. Since I had made up my mind, the place became lively with the elderly. What was happening? I braced myself, but they began to pay homage to Lilun with their hands in prayer. Oh, I'm glad you're alright. I was wondering what was going on. I was worried I couldn't sleep at night. Confusion was written all over Lilun's face. Don't look at me. I don't want to be looked at.
私から説明いたしましょう。
I shall explain. Goldilocks stepped up.
実は大里家は先日、生神様の正体を公開いたしましたわ。
The truth is, a few days ago, the Osata family revealed the great Ikigami's true nature to the public. The public?
ええ、秘匿的な体質を一新。生神様を大主御殿から解き放つんですの。
Yes, they reversed the secrecy policy. The great Ikigami is now freed from the Onushi Palace.
船に乗って隣の島に行ってもよいし、なんなら海外旅行も可能ですわよ。
She can get on a boat and go to the next island. She could even travel abroad. Hold up a minute. Why haven't I heard anything about this?
島の方々はほぼ知っているようでしてよ。
Oh my. Well, it looks pretty much everyone else on the island knows. But then, why didn't I know? Is it hidden from me on purpose? One of the Shinji Osata malicious smiles came to mind. This was the kind of embarrassment intellectuals were known
ち
for.
なみにシンジさんはあなたの活躍にも触れていましたわ。
By the way, Mr. Shinji told of your great
瀕
deeds.
死の生神様を救ったと吹聴しておりましたわ。
He let it be known that you had saved the great Ikigami from the brink of death. Who did he tell
村
about?
の役員会ですわね。
Everyone in the village. No wonder those old birds were looking at me so intently. You're amazing. You saved the great Ikigami. You ain't an outsider anymore. The elderly surrounded me. They piled me with tons of sweets. In an instant, I was the village hero. Some more arrived bearing a banner, welcome back great Ikigami. It was the same people who set out with the outsiders. They were holding out my hand and getting a selfie. What a bunch of sellout geezers. Is this also the will of the Osata family? They trying to make amends, or did they have another goal in mind? I didn't have any brain power to think at that moment. Surrounded by islanders, Lilun was overwhelmed. Over here. Heading my way through the crowd, I took her hand. I grabbed her and ran. Ah, they're running away. Wait! Why were they chasing us? Surround them, surround them. Don't worry about what happened to the man. They were scarily serious. We ran desperately, ran through the residential district and came to the other side of the island. We managed to find a deserted beach. I don't expect them to follow us way out here. Silence made the noise at the harbor seem unreal. The only sound was the wave washing up on the shore. Phew, I'm tired. I caught my breath and looked up. Lynn's face was right in front of me. She looked a little embarrassed. Long time no see. Is that a reverse? How have you been? Yes. Couldn't understand her at all. She probably said, in the hospital. Let's walk. I took her hand and we started walking along the beach. It was hot and sweaty. Aside from some distance, cumulonimbus clouds, the sky was clear. The moon was sinking over the horizon. The moon was sinking? Ah. At that moment, a ray of light came from the opposite horizon. It was a missing sunlight. Ilun stared at the eastern sky in an astonishment. She pulled me to the water's edge. The sea glowed red, a deep red reflecting the rays. The horizon was dyed light purple. Eventually, those clouds turned a familiar sky blue. Thinking back on my life, I hadn't seen that many sunrise. Must have been several times, but I couldn't remember any of them. They didn't seem like a big deal, so I must have forgotten about them. I was wrong. It was cliche, but it's really pretty. Dawn breaking, with the sun shining on the sea. Lilun squinted as she watches the sun ascend. Looks like you can stand in the sunlight again. Pointing at the sun, Lilun nodded with her usually serious face. Just as I was thinking that, I felt a soft touch on my right index finger. She softly clasped it. I was surprised at this sudden girlishness from her. I squeezed her hand and she squeezed back. Lilun, there's something I haven't told you. I stood in front of her and took a deep breath. My tension rose. Felt dizzy, like my mental trauma had come back. I was okay now. To cool the anxiety, I said each word slowly. Lilun. I continued on and said 3 little words. Spent 3 days learning them from Higa. I wish I could say it. But I couldn't tell Lilun in that old shed. I told her here at dawn, in her language, looking at her. Oh. Tales from Toyotoki, Arrival of the Witch. Okay.
かすかに聞こえる波音とぼんやりと映す輪郭は私とよく似ている焦がれていた夜明けの世界をそっと握る手にすかすよ二人だけの魔法で光る明日を生きよ
Okay. Okay. It was such a good story, man. I had no problems with it at all. Aww. Okay.
ただいま
I'm home. It was early afternoon on my day off. Dilun brought what she bought into the living room where I was studying. Like last year, we were going to have another typhoon this July, so I asked her to do some shopping.
手紙来てたわよ
Yeah, I bought in the mail. Thanks. The return address was one of the letters filled me with nervous excitement. Inside were the result of the GED test I had taken. The results was,
へえやったじゃない
"Hey, you did it." Lilun said something before I could celebrate. I'd noticed her going behind me and peeking over my shoulder. Can you read it?
まあね
I guess. She traced over the large letters with her fingers and mouth passed.
私も勉強してるもの
I've been studying too. You're doing a good job. Lilun had changed over the past years. She went from being unable to speak Japanese at all to carrying on everyday conversation with no problems. Last year she had been relying solely on her translation magic for reading and writing, but perhaps her body remembered.
ところでお中元お返しどうするわけ今年も大里家から来てるけど
By the way, what are you going to do about returning the mid-year gift? The Osata brought one this year too. I'll have to talk about it with Graham, so I'll ask him later. Last year it came to Grandpa's house. I was surprised that something so luxurious was sent here. It was because I didn't understand what the mid-year gift was. Since I moved this year, I thought that was why they sent another one. In the end, the mid-year gift wasn't for me, but for the great Ikigami. And the gift is eel. How luxurious. Alright, let's have fun tonight.
ならみんなも呼んでいいんじゃないあかりたちも帰ってきてるし
In that case, can I call everyone over? Karis and the others are back. Good idea. Be nice to get together with everyone. It's been a while. The typhoon wouldn't be hitting until this evening or tomorrow morning. And so that night,
日本を代表する美少女声優アイドルがやってきましたよ
good evening, Japan's very own dazzling. Good evening, Japan's very own dazzling bombshell beauty superstar voice actress has arrived.
私忙しいんですけれど今日だけでしてよ
And I'm very busy, so I can't be here just for today.
魚が安く仕入れられたんだ持ってきたぜ 新婚祝いってやつだな。
I've got a good deal on some fish, so I bought some. Call it a honeymoon gift.
ビールいっぱい買ってきたよ。
I also bought a ton of beer. We're all underage except you,
大
Hika.
丈夫だよ。これは一人分だから。
It's okay, I got enough for
金
one.
城、見張っておきなさいませ。
Kanishi will keep an eye on her.
また俺かよ。骨は拾ってくれよ。
Me again. Give me a nice funeral, okay? This was shaping up to be very much like the last typhoon. This past year we've been so busy and our lives so different that we had seen each other that much. It must have been about a year since we all been together. Time flew by just by talking about what been up to recently. I was filled to the brim with nostalgia. Made the carnival like hubbub. Lilun
こ
murmured.
の狭い家にこれだけ集まるとはめちゃくちゃね。
It sure gets crowded with this many people in such a small house. Isn't it kinda nice? It's fun.
そうね。ずっと楽しいことが続いてるわ。
It is. It's always been fun.
何しんみりしたムードを醸してるんですか。
What the heck kind of of a somber mood are you trying to create?
アイドルを
I'm the superstar. The voice actress.
少女を
The bombshell beauty.
つまりは明かりを崇める集まりじゃなかったんですか。
In short, I thought you all gathered here to worship me.
ほらほら、西目くんとリルーちゃんも飲みなよ。これは死者誤入するとノンアルコールなんだから。
Come, Nishime. Lilun, you drink too. This isn't even alcoholic if you round it down.
俺は闇に飲まれた。
Um.
あとは任せたぜ。
I'm being swallowed by the darkness. I'll leave the rest to you.
金城一人では止まりませんでしたわ。こうなれば、あなたたちも巻き添えですわ。
Kaneshiro can't stop her by himself. Since that's the case, the rest of you help him. Don't get me involved. Lilun, help me.
ヒカル、面白い顔してるわ。
Kari, you're making the funniest face. Eek! I don't know if I should click. Yeah. Lilun was regaining heaps of happiness, even beyond the amount that had been taken from her. Ends of Lilun's story. Tooth added to an extra. Nice.
い話の魔女。
Oh. 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 Gallery. Postscript. Credit. You know. Okay. It was the only animated one. Not animated, just changing one. Man. No. I made this mistake before where I doubted the overwhelmingly positive shit on Steam. Never learned my fucking lesson. I hope I never learn my fucking lesson. Because this... what a fucking banger. Oh, I was brought... You know... Alright. Let's talk about this. Let's talk about this. let's talk about, where is it? Where's the pictures? You know, at first, I was like, eh, uh, I hate the fact that this game keeps fucking accidentally makes me every time I press escape do that. But like, at first, I really liked these two. I really did. Like this scene of like how tragic her past was. And like how she said like many men in her country would just like sexually assault people with no like prior with like no repercussion whatsoever. I thought the story was going to get like I thought the story was going dark, and it kind of did a little bit, but not too much. But I thought these chapter were great, but immediately after this one, while I liked them, I really did. It just didn't seem like it served a purpose. It really didn't, and I don't think in the end it really justified it that much. Like these two are good chapters, don't get me wrong, but I don't know, it just feels like, was the time spent there worth it? Because like it's not like being in their perspective changed really that much here. But I also kind of get it in a sense, because like you kind of want their perspective to like see how much these two means for all of them, which I get. And this bonding session was so nice between them. And I was thinking the entire time, I was thinking, how long is this story gonna take? Because these three scenes haven't showed up like much at all at the end of the chapter. Kind of just bam 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 after the other, after one after the other comes out. And I'm glad they kind of went with that. I'm glad they kind of went with that, because this doing with the amount of art that they are doing, pacing it in any other way would have been a disservice to this story. So I'm glad that they give the most important parts the scene that they need to breathe. This, I feel like this one doesn't really have any emotional purpose. I feel like this shouldn't be one of them, but I also kind of get that you're supposed to feel like this is an unknown thing, right? This was supposed to like make you feel like, huh? Why why is this suddenly here? Why is there a winged individual here, right? Why is he chained up? Or why is they chained up, right? And the fact that you gave us this entire thing, right? This entire thing is kind of like you gave an entire picture with the limited number of pictures you have here. You specifically gave this one, so it kind of makes sense that you want to build mystery around that. But still feel like this shouldn't be here, and maybe like it should have added more scenes. This game really, it doesn't need more scenes. The scenes it does have is like good enough. But man, I don't wanna continue yet because I still have extra tooth. Should I do it now? How long could it be? Preface. Preface. Let me save here. If it's too long, then I'm just gonna stop. Preface. Preface. That day, an incident occurred on Toyotoki Island that shook the world. The sun disappeared from the globe, and humanity learned the greatness of a god. No one knows what exactly happened, not even any of the involved parties. Even Nishime, who caused it, doesn't know what happened. I want to know. Thought a second disaster could be possible. And if something could happen again, I like to avoid it. What I really want to know is there could be something beyond reality. This notebook is a culmination of all my research into everyone involved from the other world and all the documents owned by the Osata family. I can only pray that this information helps me get to the bottom of it all. Kaguya Katsumi. This is for explanation on how everything went down. Oh. I see. Well, not now. Not yet. Postscript. Thank you so much for playing. Oh. No. Not yet. Don't want to be thanked yet. No. I will quit because I don't want to see this yet. Okay. Final home stretch. Let's see all of the extra content that this game has. Truth. Hold on. Please see the credits, right? Okay, truth and post credit. The Legend of the Great Ikagami. Few books have been written about the Great Ikagami. The reason is simple, because she's only found on Toyotoki Island. When I tried to unravel the mystery of the Great Ikagami, I failed from the dearth of documentation. Most material about customs from that time period were written by scholars, but Toyotoki Island is so small, scholars didn't pay attention to it. Looked everywhere and only found one book, a compilation of history of the people of Toyotoki Island. The origin of the Great Ikagami was written in there from the oral tradition passed down within the Osato family. Men stepped into the gods' domain, and the angry gods wished to punish them. The Great Ikagami appeared and offered herself as a wife to postpone that punishment. As a result, it did not come. So, men must enshrine the Great Ikagami throughout the generation to continue the postponement. Despite the name, the Great Ikagami was described as a human being, not a god at all. In fact, she should be called an offering to the gods. It's a folklore, of course. I didn't think it was true for 1 second. Until that day when the world was swallowed by night. The night before the ceremony. During the week leading up to the initiation ceremony, I continued to live my life as a Kali. These days were 10 times harder than I imagined. Every day I had to practice the ceremony and then I had to fulfill social responsibility. Over and over, people I don't know what came to greet me, leaving some kind of congratulational message that I didn't understand. I was fed up with the tedious of it all. I also figured some things out. First, to become a Noro was something to be celebrated. Honor, greatness, respect. When these people talked, it was full of praises for Akari. Second, Akari family was loved. Akari was loved by her family. Akari's mother and father talked with her every day. When I was in my room, her mother brought me tea. We chatted about silly things in the living room. Sometimes her father joined us. And lastly, her parents did not seem happy that she was assuming the Noro position, together and separately. Her parents said how happy they were. However, there were shadows upon their faces. I didn't know the reason, but I didn't need to. That was why I continued to pretend I hadn't noticed. Ring. And one day the telephone rang downstairs. Usually someone would get it, but that day no one else was in the house, so it continued to ring. It wasn't my job to get it, or rather I didn't want to do it. I didn't want to do it wrong and raise suspicion. So I decided to ignore it, but the phone showed no sign of stopping. The phone was used for urgent business. It was possible her parents were calling from somewhere else. I wavered for a moment, then picked it up. Um, oh, Hisako, is that you? It's Kinjo. Is that you? It's Kinjo. It's the mayor
えっ
in.
と、私はあかりです。
Um, this is Akari. Oh, Akari, I'm sorry, but could you pass on a message to the mayor? There's an emergency case at Takeshima's. It's Toki from the main island.
急病人ですか？
Huh, an emergency. Yes, they're unconscious. Please do let the mayor know. Thanks a lot. After saying what he needed to, he hung up. Frantically tried to remember all the words he had said. Emergency. Takeshima. Toki. Mayor. Only just now did I put together that Akari's father was the mayor. Now that I know, all I had to do was pass it on. Emergency? Was Dr. Kinjo headed there? I passed the message to Akari's father, who was taking a phone call in his studies. When he said Dr. Kinjo, I didn't know how to reply. I assumed it was the guy who
向か
called.
ったかどうかまでは。
Didn't indicate whether he was or not. I see, well, I'm sure he did, but would have dared to touch Toki. But who would have dared to touch Toki? Are they trying to pick a fight? And Akari's father started mumbling about something. I stood there staring until he said, "That's enough," and shooed me out of the room. Back in my room, I finally realized there was something strange about that conversation. Why would he call the mayor about an emergency case? Kari had said the whole island was one village. From my point of view, this place was big enough to be called a town. Besides, besides that, who was Toki? I thought about it for a while, but soon I didn't care anymore, so I went to sleep. Rumors of the ceremony failure. The day of the Nora priestess initiation ceremony, 4 p.m. Rumors that the ceremony had been cancelled spread across the island. Islanders were surprised at the rumor and there was idle gossip. I heard a bear came from Mount Nanufa. A bear here? Someone seen it. The old woman searched her memory. According to her, someone made a fuss about seeing a bear on Mount Nanufa about a month ago. The claim came from an employee of non-profit that protected forests and their ecosystem. A staff member entered Mount Nenufa to investigate the forest and said he saw a black shadow. However, the story was a bit suspect. Toyotoki Island was created by the volcanic activity and hadn't been connected to the main mainland Japan since the Ice Age. The prevailing theory was that the large mammals like bears and deers wouldn't live on the isolated island. There ain't no bears here. Then what was it? Why was the ceremony stopped? For a while, rumors bloomed like the flowers among the islanders. The incident 20 years ago. The incident 20 years ago. The library had past newspapers on file. I looked around shelves and grabbed one from 20 years ago. 8 tourists died on Toyotoki Island. On August 7th, 8 tourists who had been staying in a guest house on Toyotoki Island were found dead by the homeowner Takamine Kido, 65. Police and fire department investigated, but the case of death for the 8 was unknown. No suicide note was left behind, so the police are exploring the possibility of an accident and suicide. This was the incident 20 years ago where the 8 people died. In the article, it said that the cause of death was unknown, but the truth was hidden. Mr. Shinji said that 20 years ago, the great Utetsu attacked the general public. That was this incident. Toki, Utah. A crumpled-up flyer was thrown away in Toyotoki Island trash can. It's advertised 2 modern-day physics for higher Toki and Utah. In Ryukyu, there had been physics called Toki and Utah since the ancient times. This psychics, God, why am I trying to read it as physics? Would banish spirits who were making mischief. Pray for your ancestors and bestow strong blessings. Even now, when a house was built or a child was born, Toki and Utah often offered their prayers. This was probably because Okinawa was rooted in the Ryukyuan culture. Ryukyuan culture and had more affinity for that than Shintoism of the mainland. Why don't you ask the ancient Ryukyuan psychics instead of a shrine for an exorcism? No matter how trivial the matter, constitution is free. Feel free to contact us first. Additional fees are required to travel to remote islands. Something was scribbled on the back. This island is cursed. Oh? Oh. Interesting. A young man's diary. Low rank Kanjuna Memo 1. Written circa 16 AD. Translated into modern language. This year, the long vacant position of Noro will be filled. I worked for the Osata family for 30 years. This is the first time the Noro is being initiated. The Noro situation on Toyotoki Island is much different from the other island. We go without one for a long time. Normally, the Noro is above all the other Kanjunas. Perhaps because of Lady Kiminara, the Noro of Toyotoki Island are somewhat unique. For one thing, there's no set time for their initiation. The Osato family chooses a girl from a branch family, and when the Osato feel they need her, that's when she takes up her post. The selection is left entirely to Lady Kiminara. Sometimes they are elected every 30 years. Sometimes we go 100 years without one. It seems to me to be by some sort of divination, but Lady Kiminara doesn't involve herself with that. Anyway, I must get ready for tomorrow's initiation ceremony. Nirukanai. It's the land of the gods, right? There is an ancient belief in the Okinawa called Nirukanai. It is believed to be where the spirit of the dead go. It is another world beyond the sea, the land where the gods dwell. This history dates back to before the unification of Ryukyu. The world is well known, but not its etymology. In one place, Nirai and Kanai are 2 separate things. Nira is the sea, Kana is the beach, and so the two of them meeting created the word Nirakanai. In other places, Nirukanai is the depth of the earth. In Yaeyama and other islands, there exists the belief that people called Niruans appear from the from deep within the earth. In yet other places, Nirai and Kanai are named of the gods. They call them the great gods of Onishi Nirai and Onishi Kanai. There are many theories about Nirai Kanai, so it's best to think it's differ from island to island. The area called Okinawa is very large, so it's only natural that each island has its own culture. New stories will be released on page 2. You should check them from time to time. A young man's diary. Truth. Okay. New stories will be released on page 2. You should check there from time to time. Wait. So, will this just... What? What is this for? Yes, I guess I check this page out every once in a while just to see if this is true. Because based on what this is saying, this is just gonna pop up a lot of things. A young man's diary too. She holds a different kind of power. People can call her an inhuman thing. The night is very deep wherever she is. People hated her, and she was exiled. She says she's going on a yet another journey. Until now, she's been traveling alone. Could bear to look at the little back. I couldn't bear to look at that little back. A young man's diary 5. They took her away because she was unusually beautiful. Since it was my brother's, she surely be. I won't allow it. I'll save her even if it costs me my life. Aww. What? Okay. Why is this so weird? Nabinzu. What does the Nirikana signify? In the result of my last investigation, I noted that the beliefs of each island should be valued. But in thoroughly researched Toyotoki Island, an interesting fact came to light. Here they believe in Nurikanai. The ancient people of Toyotoki Island thought that Nurikanai was at the center of the earth. Every 10 years, a new one arrived from a cave at the end of the island called Nabinzu, that's connected to Nirukanai. Nabinzu was folklore that had been handed down on the island, but Toyotoki Island had it too. But what caught my attention more than anything else was that new ones, who appear once every 10 years, are the worlders, appearing once every 10 years. I couldn't help but get goosebumps at the coincidence. Huh? Wait, what does... but in thoroughly, we believe in... Nirukanai. Every 10 years, new one arrive from the cave. Couldn't help. Logan Kanjuna Memodua 2. Written circa 16 AD, translated into modern language. The discussion about Nogo initiation ceremony had been settled. The last one was 100 years ago. Now it's been twice in the same decade. I'm assisting with this third Nogo initiation ceremony. Hopefully this time will be uneventful. Ominous throughout, though haunt my mind. Ominous thoughts haunt my mind, and I've been sleeping well these past few days. Time before this, the time before that have been awful affairs. Two Noros died immediately after their initiation. It's easy to think the third one will as well. I know there were accidents. Since Lady Kiminare oversaw the investigation herself, there can't be a mistake. However, if it's some kind of curse or wrath of the gods, then I can't do anything. All I could do is pray that this Noro is safe. Postscript, I heard that this Noro also died immediately upon taking the office. They said she was sick. I wonder if that's true. All I can think is that the Osato family is cursed. Osato family testimony. Osato family. I want you to tell me what you know about the great Ikigami again. I'm afraid I can't tell you that much.
構いません。思考を整理するためにも聞かせていただけないでしょうか。
I don't mind, I'm trying to get my thoughts straight, so I wonder if I could ask you some questions. As you wish. As the name implied, the great Ikigami lives with the god. She houses one in her body. You know how Shinto has something similar to the Nogo. The Nogo is also said to house a god, but this belief dates back to the Ryukyu period. The great Ikigami roots are different. How long do you think there's been a great
ノロ
Ikigami?
より古いグスク時代からですよね。
Older than the Nogo, the Gesuka period, around 12th century. Exactly, since ancient times, this distinguished personage has come to Toyotoki
池
Island.
上様は異界から来ているリルーさんのような人なんですよね。なぜ異界から来た人？
If the great Ikigami is from another world, then Lilun is also from there, right? Why is it a person from another world? Because that's who the great Kuro Tetsui chooses. Unfortunately, I don't know any more than
黒
that.
手釣り様は異界から来た人にだけ宿る。 そういうことなんでしょうね。
So you're saying that so you're saying the great Kuretezui only lives in an other world. It seems he won't dwell in just anyone. He didn't pay any attention to Sumugi Higa when she arrived 10 years ago. He dwelt in the previous great Ikigami for 70 years.
その理由について心当たりは？
Do you have any idea why? The only thing I can say is that the great Kuretezui didn't like her. A replacement for the great Ikigami was sent every 10 years. Great Kuretezui moves host once, but when the host dies, he went back to his former vessel.
黒手釣様が気に入る気に入らないの基準があるんでしょうね。
There must be some criteria as to what the great Kuretezui likes and dislikes. Most likely, but if the previous great Ikigami knew what it was, she never said.
何か手記のようなものが残っていればいいんでしょうけれどね。
It would have been nice if she had left a note or something. For that, you have to rely on Nishime. His grandfather was close to the previous great Ikigami. Perhaps he heard something and wrote it down.
なるほど。早速当たってみます。
Oh, I see. I'll ask him right away. Nishime memoir unlock. Nishime's memoir. Nishime's memoir. When I asked Nishime, he gave me a copy of a memoir. He seemed to have his grandpa's okay for it. In addition to his life with the great Ikigami, also includes Tadamasa, Nishime's grandpa, attempts to rescue her. It also seems he had done his own independent research on the great Ikigami with a homeless guy named Yasan. I was interested in the contents, but the first thing I read was the sacrificial system described by the previous great Ikigami herself. In the village where the previous great Ikigami grew, it was an ancient custom to periodically offer someone as a sacrifice. At the end of a cave was an underground land where an evil god was seeking a sacrifice. It rooted among the village families as to where the sacrifice would be chosen, and the previous great Ikigami came from the village chief family. As to why they selected from powerful families, previous great Ikigamis explained it something like this. The evil god takes as his wife those who hold vast amounts of mana. It is very difficult to possess unless you were born to a noble family. When she was chosen as a sacrifice, her little brother protested to the last with tears. He was bold enough to say that he never let such a sad thing happen again. So after exchanging a tearful farewell with her brother, the previous great Ikigami came to Toyotoki Island to be a sacrifice. Much could be inferred from this story. First, it was highly likely that the previous great Ikigami and Lilun both came from the same village, and she was from one of the village powerful families. In that world, the great Ikigami is described as being the wife of an evil god. What's puzzling is that, unlike the previous great Ikigami, neither Lilun or Higa was from a great family. It can be assumed that the custom changed at some point. I don't know who changed it. Well, it was probably someone powerful. Dogen Kanjuna Memo 3. Written circa 16 AD, translated into modern language. I heard something dreadful today. Today, all heads of the branch family gathered in Lady Kiminara's room. It was to discuss the fourth Nora priestess initiation ceremony. Since they were speaking so seriously, I decided to eavesdrop from the outside. I can only say it was a whim, but thanks to that, I learned something unbelievable. We must prepare the next Noro or the great Niru won't last. Clearly understood that the Osata family was corrupt. It was for the purpose of killing the Noro that the ceremony was held at Pagan's temple. In the past 10 years, 2 Noro had been selected and both had died. If I thought of them as sacrificed, it explained the reason for their mysterious death immediately after assuming their office. Under the pretense of the Noro initiation ceremony, the Osata held the right to kill the Noro. How was something so horrible allowed to go on? Who will judge this rotten family? What should I do now? The Noro's truth. The Noro. As I read the low-ranking Kanjuna memo, I realized one truth. The Noro died immediately after taking office after the initiation ceremony. The office of Noro was irregular conferred. The ceremony was held in pagan style. There was only one truth I could draw from it all. The Noro were a temporary vessel for the great Kurotetsui. I'd seen Lilun perform rituals to call upon the beings of power and use magic. I suspect that the Noro initiation ceremony was the same kind of pagan ritual. The aim was to draw the great Kurotetsui into the Noro. While I could only imagine why, I would bet it was to give the great Ikigami a rest. I've been watching Lilun and I knew that being possessed by the great Kurotetsui saps away your life. According to the previous great Ikigami, it took vast amounts of mana to become the vessel for the great Kurotetsui. This meant that the mana was being siphoned off. As they lose their mana, their body become like Lilun's. In that case, when the great Ikigami was sick, for example, they could temporarily remove the burden of the great Kurotetsui. But because the great Kurotetsui needed a vessel, there had to be a proxy. Also, if the great Ikigami died in some kind of unforeseen accident, there was no previous great Ikigami to go back to, they needed another vessel. In that case, they used a Noro. Since the Noro was chosen from the branch family of the Osata, she won't be suitable as a vessel. So even though the great Kurotetsui would kill them quickly, in the meantime the great Ikigami would be able to rest. And while it's not certain how long the Noro would be able to hold out, it seems to be 10 days at most. But we wanted to give the great Ikigami a break even for that long. The Osata family must have thought that way since ancient times. The current Lady Kiminara as well. I almost died myself. No, Kiriko was the one who would have died. Even now, I was chilled to the bone just thinking about it. Island Village Assembly Minutes. Summary: a water accident occurred in the Sakashi Beach area. A junior high student had gone missing in the no swimming zone. 2 students had taken turns diving in, but when one of them never resurfaced, the other one went to the fire department. The Sakashi area was cleft and is designated as a no-swim zone. The currents were complicated by the fact that there were many caves dotted in the reefs underwater, making swimming particularly dangerous. The following is a transcript of the questioning. Uehara, were you two really just diving? You weren't exploring the underwater caves? Answer: irrelevant to the hearing. Uehara, there's an underwater exit to Nambinzu cave there. In the past, there was no end of accidents with divers exploring the area. Uehara, aren't there rumors like this floating around the island? We really should warn elementary and middle school thoroughly. I'm worried that the fence to prevent above ground entry into the Nabinzu cave was also deteriorated since it was erected in the 70s. We should check on it. That it will be investigated. Akatsumi, off topic, but isn't the cave itself strong enough? When was the last time a survey was conducted to estimate the damage when the giant hole caves in? I recall the cave stretched out to near the Osata family. When something happens, it'll be too late. Understood. We'll investigate and report back later. Kiriko and an argument.
なぜ生神様なんでしょうね。
I just
当時
wonder
はニール様と呼ばれていたようなのに。
why she called she's called the Great Ikigami. In the old days, she was called the Great
あ
Nigu.
なたその話をするためにホテルまで来たんですの？
Came all the way out to the hotel to ask me that.
少し思考の壁打ちができる相手が欲しくなりまして。
Yeah, I wanted someone to bounce idea off of.
その話実は私聞いたことがあるんですの。
To tell you the truth, I've heard the story behind it. Huh?
生き神様という名前に変えたのは昭和初期。当時の君習い様が呼び方を変えると言い出したそうでしたよ。
Great Ikigami's name changed sometimes in the 1930s. They say the Kaminare of the time was responsible.
本当ですか？理由は？
Really, why did she do that?
この頃日本軍が島を出入りしていたそうですから名前を分かりやすくしたのだと。
At the time, the Japanese military was coming in and out of the island, so they changed the name to something easier to
わか
understand.
りやすくしてどうするんですか？
Easier to
軍
understand?
に宗教施設として敬意を払ってほしかったといったところかもしれませんわ。場所が良ければ軍事施設として接収されてしまいますもの。
Perhaps she wanted the military to respect the island as a religious site. If it had good location, it would have been confiscated as a military base.
なるほど。
I see.
特に山頂の屋敷は見晴らしが良く観測所に適していますし、宇滝は防空壕になりますわ。実際宇滝の方はそうなったようですし。
The estate on top of the mountain would make a good observatory. The Otaki site would make a good bomb shelter. In fact, some Otaki did become them.
へえ、意外と勉強しているんですね。
Huh? Besides, you know so
当
much.
たり前ですわ。ホテルのオーナーが土地の歴史を知らないなど恥ずべきことでしょ。
Well, of course, I'd be embarrassed as a hotel owner if I don't know the surrounding area's
生
history.
神様という名前に深い意味はなかったということですね。
So the
実
name
際はニール様と同じ意味で考えればよくて。
So the name of the great Ikigami doesn't mean anything particularly deep. In fact, it basically means the same thing as Great Nigu. Have you been listening at all? Okay. The three Chinaha brothers. Three Chinaha brothers. Lord Chinaha created a powerful clan who ruled all the islands near Hisaku Island. He had three sons. The first and second had wild temperaments and got along well with each other. The third son was of quiet nature and disliked killing. One day, Lord Chinaha gave his three sons land to rule. The first and the second received land to east of Hisaku Island, while the third ruled a small island somewhat further away. For a while, they each ruled their lands in their own way. The first and the second son conquered the neighboring island one by one, increasing their revenue. On the other hand, because he was very meek, the third son never waged war. The first and second son, unable to bear the sight, headed to the small island and found it in ruins. A god from the depths of the earth had appeared and killed the third son, and people were suffering. Angered, the first and second son brought their armies against the god, but the god killed both the armies and the sons. When Lord Chinaha heard the story, he was horrified that he gave up the small island. To this day, no one knows what became of it. From Hisaku Island history, the story of the three Chinaha brothers. A small island straight log. Small island straight log. Long ago, Ryukyu was the center of trade for China and Korea, Southeast Asia, and Japan. The main commodities traded was silk and ceramic from China. Then the Ming Dynasty, sword and folding screen from Japan, and dyes, spices, and alcohol from Southeast Asia. One particularly famous document that outlines this trade, called Rikidai Huan, precious documents of such successive generation. It's a copy of compilation of the diplomatic documents prepared the decree of the royal Shui government at the time. It is highly valuable source of information about the diplomatic relations of the Ryukyu kingdom. For example, a letter to a king in Southeast Asia would reveal the relationship between the two countries and gifts from Ryukyu kingdom. Of course, the center of trade was Naha, where the Shui government was located, but there were ports all over the region. On the other hand, Toyotoki was small. It didn't have room for a port and held no influential clan, so it remained disconnected from trade. However, some of the documents in the Osata family treasury seems to be diplomatic documents. What is puzzling is the name of the kingdom they supposedly traded with doesn't exist in recorded history. I didn't check for its existence or non-existence. I can only read the classical Chinese writing from the treasury because Nishime's grandfather translated it into modern language. It's Nishime's grandfather who's claiming the kingdom they're trading with doesn't exist. This island doesn't have the facility to build merchant ships, so did they purchase one from a neighboring island? Was one given to them? Also, just where was this kingdom traded with? Nishime's grandfather puzzled over this last point, but in the end couldn't come up with an answer. I wonder just where and who they were trading with. Interesting. A young man's diary. 3. Why did I bring her with me? It's because I feel sorry for her. It's true. But more than that, I'm smitten with her. And she loves me too. I don't want to let her go, even if this small island is swallowed by the night. Oh. A young man's diary. 4. My big brothers have heard about my trading. They're going to take over the island. They're coming here. It's frightening to imagine. She's the only thing I have to protect. A young man's diary. Our exchange of goods was completed without incident today. I have to be careful not to let my older brothers hear of this. The greedy would take all these rare items for themselves. The only way to survive on this island is to acquire rare items under the guise of the ocean trade. As I was leaving, I met a mysterious woman. When I treated her like a child, she got upset because she was an adult. She said she lived 1,000 years. I found this odd woman very curious. I see. She holds a people call her inhuman thing. The night is very deep wherever she is. People hated her. She was exiled. She says she's going on yet another journey. Until now, she's been traveling alone. I couldn't bear to look at that little back. Because she was unusually beautiful. Since it was my brother, she surely be. I won't allow it. I'll save her even if it costs me my life. I see. I see. Ilun's story. Ah, so you're looking into that?
ですから、リルーさんの村にも何か昔話が残っていたら教えてほしいんです。
Yeah, so
どんな
please.
小さなことでも構いませんから。
Yeah, so please tell me an old stories that they were left in your village, no matter how small. Okay, I'll try to remember. Thank you so much. I'll also. Thank you so much. I also welcome anything odd you might remember. Oh yeah, if you're talking about the odd stuff, there was one thing, the washing machine. The washing machine? Yes. I saw one in the village before. Then, when I found one in Hikaru's house, I suddenly remembered. Oh yeah, the village chief has one of those too.
リルーさんの故郷って魔法のある異世界ですよね。
The world where you were born has magic,
そう
right?
よ。村に日本のような技術はなかったわ。洗濯機を作ることなんてできないと思う。
That's right.
私は確かに洗濯機を見た。
That's right. We didn't have technology in our village like Japan does. I don't think we could have made any washing machines, but I definitely saw
どう
one.
してですか？
Why was it
わ
there?
からないわ。
I don't know. Unlock Lilun's fairy tales. Okay. I see why they separated these two things. This is law about the world. What happened here. This is what happens in Lilu's world. I see. The three Chinoha brothers have three. One of them get the short end of the stick and got Toyotoki Island. But the two other brothers got Hisaku's island, I think. Then there's a island trading logs. It was the island trading log and even though I don't remember what happens here. Hold on. Small island trading log. Long ago the famous called its copy of compilation diplomatic for example yeah. Okay. Right. So in this document it says that Toyotoki Island hasn't traded with any known kingdoms, and that the kingdom they were trading with were non-existent. And then this story is told from a perspective of a young man who discovered a mysterious woman. Huh. Lilun's fairy tale. There's a fable about the night in my village. When the night was born in this world, the king of night divided the world into 13 regions and put servants in each charge of each one. In charge of each one, the servants tried to live up to the king's of night's expectation by bringing night to their area. Thus, the servants who brought longer nights were more favored. For example, in regions that were covered in ice, during the winter there are days when the sun never rises. Those areas have been particularly strong servant ruling them. Conversely, land ruled by a servant with weak power becomes dry and parched from long days. Those servants are not well favored by the king of night. One day, the weakest of the servants became fed up with their position and fled above ground. They took on human form and wandered the land. Then she had many adventures on the land. I forgot the details, but I remember she became a wandering musician and played the flute. However, wherever she went, it was night, so her journey wasn't much fun. At the end of the story, the servant of night runs away and falls into the other world. Above ground, she bought the night, but underground she had no powers. So the servant of night vanished from the world. There was no night in the region that she ruled. The neighboring region servants united to manage it, but nights are still short. But they say that once a year, the king of night comes down to bestow a deep night upon it. Yes, that's a story passed down in the village I'm from. Now that I'm talking about it, I think perhaps the servant of night, Toyotoki Island, is the same servant from the story. Why didn't I remember sooner? I think I heard the story when I was around 5. Can't remember without a cue. Maybe the servant of the night helped me to remember. I'm so useless. I was with the witch of the night all day, every day. From when I first woke up, they talked about the night. When they talked about servants of the night, that was the first one I remembered. Anyway, the story is over. You think of it. You think of anything. Lilun's fairy tale. There was one more story about the land of the underworld. Yes, about the place that's said to have a dark god. There is a cave on the outskirts of the village, and they said deep inside it is the underworld. Periodically, the dark gods of the underworld would demand a wife. They said that if a sacrifice wasn't offered, a calamity would befall the village. But the underworld wasn't always a land of dark gods. There are other fairy tales, like a guy who was given a gift from a handsome couple from the underworld. There are other fairy tales, like a guy who was given a gift from a handsome couple from the underworld, or lovers who ran away to live happily ever after. Don't know the details of the story, but there's always the queen of the underworld in them. Gifts were given to the village by the queen, so the village gave her gifts in return. Maybe there was a time when we had a good relationship with the underworld. Yes, and at some point it was taken over by a dark god. Wonder what happened to that queen. Does her country still exist? There isn't a fairy tale that covers that. Nevertheless, we do believe it. Valediction. This is all the document I could find. I found there were many details that were particularly partially connected. If I carefully connect the dots, I think I can finally arrive at the approximate truth. However, I still don't have the most important piece of the puzzle. What exactly created the Kuro Tetsuri arrangement? I guess I can do nothing but imagine. Unfortunately, I don't have any time left. I have to go back to Tokyo as soon as I'm done writing this. I pray that whoever reads this notebook next can unravel the mystery. Kari Akatsumi. What's the name? Hikaru will continue it, doesn't he? In the room were two strange, strong men and a girl. Oh, the girl looked different from other people. She had wings on her back and horns on her forehead. Yep, I expected that. Although clearly grotesque, her beauty counteracted her abnormality and aroused the two men. The girl understood exactly what was about to happen. She knew little of the ways of the world. However, because of the plethora of evil thoughts that had been directed towards her, she knew more than most about the wickedness. The only one who wasn't evil was him, but they had just killed him in the garden. Those men standing in front of her, in truth, his older brothers. You were kidnapped, that man said. So we came to rescue you. No, you're wrong. He's the one who rescued me. He tricked you. In that case, so did I. I also tricked him. The girl loved him. He was the only one in the entire world who was kind to her. I should have never come down to the human world. I ought to return to my own. What are you talking about? I thought he would be the one to devour me. What a pity. What are you talking about? We were better than him. The brothers laughed vaguely. The girl pitied these men who lust drove them to kill their own brother. We're done talking. Now it's time for some fun. The two of them leapt at the girl. Their brawny arms encircled her and she couldn't shake them off. I'm sorry. A little groveling won't catch you free. Oh, think about people are wicked. They only care about their own circumstances. Only he was different. So it was human wickedness that killed him. I'm sorry. That's right, I want more of those lovely tears. She had to apologize to the king of the night who created her, for the duty she had abandoned, for descending to the human world. And so it turned into a curse. Brother. This is the reward for those who would seek to shame the night. What are you? What did you do to my brother? To punish man, I will enshroud the world in night. My body. Help me. The man looked down at his body and saw that the flesh of his arms had melted away. His brother was the same. All that was left was bone. He tried to scream in terror, but the only sound that escaped was the sound of the wind between his bones. And so the unseen night deepened upon the island without a ruler. Those who lived there, no matter what they were killed because they were human. Their powerful families sent an army to the island to avenge their son, but it was destroyed in a blink of an eye. Eventually, the curse that consumed so many faded away, and all that was left on the island was skeletons. The source of the curse was some grotesque bones. I see. I wonder why the night is so deep here. Saint was the popular nickname for the woman, though she was only a priestess. People call her a saint because of her exceptional manner and appearance. This woman visited a remote village. Recently, daylight had become stronger and the land was drying up. However, the real problem was a cave on the outskirts of town. A miasma flowed from it, and gave birth to magical beasts. They asked her to drive away the source of the miasma. It was dangerous and promised little reward, but she accepted it cheerfully. This loving spirit that filled her was another reason they called her a saint. She entered the cave with some knights she knew and thus came to the island. Daytime was very short and the miasma was everywhere. She suspected the presence of an evil god. When she spoke to the islanders living there, they said the phenomenon happened suddenly. The curse spread as their ruler died one after the other. Just when they thought the death had stopped, now their daylight was being stolen away. They said the day was getting shorter and shorter. She could feel the inhuman thing anger. She thought that was the most likely answer. Oh saint, look here. Before long, a knight found a grotesque bones. They were abandoned on a mountainside and they had horns and wings. It looks like it's emanating this dreadful miasma. Yes, there's no mistake, this is the source of the curse. What shall we do next? Ask if there's a cemetery in the village. I'll see that there. The village brought the remains up to the graveyard. They sealed it deep inside. However, the curse of the inhuman thing wasn't something that could be stopped by human hands. When she began the ceremony to seal it away, the remains began emanating an even more terrible miasma. Great saint, it's dangerous. We must run. No, I will stay. I will offer myself as a sacrifice to it. What are you talking about? Go back and tell the villagers they must keep sending sacrifice. Great saint. The saint and the knights had gone to the cemetery together, but only the knights returned. The villagers found it very strange and asked the knights, did something happen? The great saint has given her life to seal away the curse, but it has to be contained. There needs to be a sacrifice. A sacrifice. However, this is outside of what you can do. We need to search the village from beyond. The knights returned to the desert village and ordered a sacrifice to be sent from a noble family. One reason was that the islanders had no magic power, but the knights were also angry at the desert village for causing the saints to suffer in this way. Meanwhile, the islanders were exceedingly glad that the curse from the island had been lifted, even though they knew nothing about what was going on. Ah, great news! The great news has been lifted. Beyond valediction. I asked Nishime and Lilun about a strange dream they mentioned having, so I picked up my pen to write once again. The dream, in a word, was extraordinary, but it made me want to shout Eureka. I think it's just a coincidence, but now I will write once more. What am I going to explain this? What am I going to explain is the answer according to my way of thinking. If you're not interested, now is the time to stop reading. I don't have any new information, it's just a matter of arranging what's already known in order. So, if you want to know the answer, then keep reading. It all begins with the existence of the great Ikigami. Men step into the god's domains, and the angry god wished to punish them. The great Ikigami appeared and offered herself as a way to postpone the punishment. As a result, it did not come. So men must enshrine the great Ikigami throughout the generation to continue that postponement. According to the folklore handed down on Toyotoki Island, the great Ikigami is a living sacrifice, and the great Ikigami must periodically offered up. The great Ikigami was treated as a vessel which housed the great Kuro Tetsui. As long as she harbored the great Kuro Tetsui, a mana was siphoned away. The amount of mana affected the suitability of the vessel. Because her mana was so vast, the previous great Ikigami served as the vessel for 70 years. On the other hand, the candidates after couldn't serve for long because of their insufficient mana. Then during one of these rotations, there was an incident. It's believed during a changeover 20 years ago, the great Kuro Tetsui was released and wandered the island. As a result, some guests at an inn lost their lives. Why is it that all candidates after the previous great Ikigami lack sufficient mana? This is only my hypothesis, but I believe that the family of the previous great Ikigami, in other words, power family in the village, changed the custom. Originally, the sacrifice were meant to be powerful families, but later the people in charge decided that anyone could be sacrificed. As a result, people of less distinguished lineage than that of the powerful families were sent in one by one, and they lost their lives in short order. So then, what is the true nature of the great Kuro Tetsui? According to the accounts from the past, I can infer that she's an inhuman thing from the other world, known as a servant of the night. The reason why she came to this world can be guessed to some extent by reading the young man's diary. First of all, trade flourished between Toyotoki and the other world in ancient times. People and goods were exchanged back and forth, and some of these diplomatic records can be found in the Osato family treasury. I think this was probably around the 12th century in the Gosoku period. Ryukyu still hadn't been unified, and Toyotoki Island was ruled by a powerful family. The Chihana clan was a powerful family who flourished mainly on the Hisaku Island. Lord Chinaha had 3 sons, the youngest ruled Toyotoki Island. He's probably the author of the young man's diary I found in the treasury. From the account, he had older brothers he held a high status to engage in. For the account, he had older brothers and he held a high status to engage in trade. Thus far, we have the whole picture. He brought a servant of the night who had been persecuted in the other world back with him to Toyotoki Island. But at the same time, his brother got wind of his trading. They were greedy and threatened the third son, stealing his money, the goods, and the servant of the night, who had the form of a woman. He resolved to die if need be and challenged his brother, but he sadly never returned. After that, what happened might be what Nishme and Li Lun dreamed about. Without intending, the servant of the night itself became a curse and destroyed the island. In order to contain the curse, a saint was sent from the other world and sealed the curse with her life. The location of the seal is underneath the island. It's our ancestor cemetery that was once used by the army as an air raid shelter. In the deepest caverns are the sealed remains. However, the seal wasn't perfect. There had to be a regular sacrifice or it couldn't be maintained. I believe that's the start of the great Ikigami legend. The original reason why the servant of the night descended to the world is to contain in one of Li Lun's stories. This whole thing started on the whim of the inhuman thing, and the source of the disaster is the malice humans directed toward her. That should be enough to sort out what happened. However, there are still some things I don't understand. The seal that Nishimi broke was the curse itself. If the curse was released, then I thought that mankind would be punished once again and destruction would rain down. Instead, why were we let off with just losing the sun for about 10 days? I just don't know, but if the curse had been released, its very existence had disappeared. There's no chance of it happening again. All wells and end wells, I guess. When Ishime broke the seal, no one would have predicted how it was going to end. But that was what he chose. Without knowing what would happen, he broke the seal to save Lilun from being a sacrifice. Whenever you make a decision, you never have all the information. I was thinking about anything that would happen if I did my voice acting audition. Should I pursue my dream or study hard, like my father said? I had trouble figuring out what was the right answer, but in the end, it all comes down to, what do I want to do? Lilun was always asking me that.
あかりはどうしたいの？
What do you want to do, Kari?
比嘉はどうしたいの？
Higa, what do you want to do?
ねえ、ヒカルはこれからどうしたい？
Hey Hikaru, what do you want to do from here? The last one is just a rumor. I think Lilun most knows what's the most important. So hold on to your will in what you do what you want to do. That way, you'll never be lost. I hope someday I can be like that too. Putting that aside, the crisis is over. I accomplished the goal I declared at the start. I will end my investigation here. Thank you for accompanying me on this long journey, by the way. I think the reason the servant of the night forgave us was because she was moved by Nishime's love. Yeah. It's always love that saves the world. Love. Kari cuts me. Postscript, Lilun mentioned seeing a washing machine at the chief's house. That means physical item can be moved from Toyotoki Island to Lilun's world. And it seems Lilun knew that too. So she could return back to that world. But that means she knew but didn't say anything. That's love for you. End postscript. I mean, yeah. This is a good explanation of what is actually happening. But there's still one more scene. Postscript. Thank you so much for playing Tales from Toyotoki, Arrival of the Witch until the end. I really want to explore a straight up story that was the thought that started this tale. Without relying on mystery, the whole concept would sink or swim, just depicting raw emotion. I suffered a lot while writing. Even now, I can't comprehend the effort I put into it. Still, I couldn't be happier than if this game brings any sort of change to the players. Now, as an afterword, I'd like to tell you a little bit about its origin. This work is available with voices, but originally it was unvoiced. The voice implementation was realized when we approached about making a Chinese language version. Thus, the Chinese language version underwent development alongside the voice recording session. The talks were underway in January 2022, since months before the completion. Without voices, Tales from Toyotoki, Arrival of the Witch would have ended up being a very stoic work. I don't think so. By the way, have you checked out the truth section in the extras? Clues, or rather fragments of clues that tell the story that wasn't revealed in the main work are there. Solving mysteries, truth, foreshadowing. While those are tales of the story, we have chosen to focus on people. So this time, the mysteries are found in the appendix. I don't know if that was a good or bad call, but if you're interested in the truth itself, please take a look. It was 11 years ago, in 2011, the Faragaria released its first story, Kagamihara Justice. It's been a long time since then. I'm very moved to be able to release a new work. Why has it been so long? After Kagamihara / Justice was done, I was writing a novel. I wanted to fight on the basis of the story and engage in a stoic battle without pictures or music. Didn't work out, so I spent 10 years rethinking my approach to the technology that synthesized pictures, music, and scenarios to more suit myself. I therefore envisioned the next work to be more comprehensive, encompassing, for example, pictures, music, scenarios, and a new game system. I hope you will check it out when it's completed. Lastly, thank you for once again for playing. Also, thanks to the wonderful acting by the voice actors, Seiki Production, and all those involved in making the game trailer. I also like to take this time to thank Axis Games and Chemco for their work in translating the game. We at Furagaria look forward to your continued support. Furagaria Moi. Alright. Okay. First of all, great story. Great fucking story, man. Great fucking story. Alright. I wanna get with the, I wanna say bad things first, because I feel like because I think saying the bad things will just make me emphasize how much I like the story when I say the good things. Alright. This story at first I kind of understand why it happened. I keep coming back to this, but I keep saying why. I was emphasizing, why did we spend this many chapters for just two side characters, right? Even then I knew what they were doing. I knew what they wanted to do. They wanted to spend this entire section only on Lilun. This is only the introduction. But that being said, while I understand why it happened, I'm still not that satisfied with it, because while I love Lilun's and Hikaru relationship, their romance was kind of fast. I guess you could say, oh, she kinda just like him at the beginning of the story, at the beginning of Akari's story, right? She just kinda like thinks, oh, I might actually like Hikaru in this story, right? But it was still kind of fast. And like the story in this section, even though this romance is kind of fast, this two story is kind of slow. And like that kind of detracts away from the connection I'm supposed to have between these two. So that was my only complaint. Any other complaint that I have? Let me look to my loads just to see if I have any more complaints. Yes. Choices doesn't matter in this game, which is fine. Sometimes choices don't matter because you just want to write an entire novel without any like prior actions, without any input from the player, which is completely fine. I 100% can support that. It's fine, but it's still kind of because I feel like I'm not impacting the story at all, which again, from this guy's extra scenes he kind of said that he was just basically writing a novel. What, I don't know why I clicked this. Hold on. All right. Did I accidentally crash the game? Was that what happened here? I think I crashed the game. Fuck. Okay, hold on. Let me open it back up.
フラガリア。
Okay.
い話の魔女。
Also, I love whenever fucking I love whenever the game does a visual novel game does this shit, man. Oh, changing the title screen. Oh, it should be a default on any game, man. Right. But doing it too much would probably just ruin the impact of it. Now, any more things I want to complain about? Because I want to start talking about the things that are impacted. Oh yeah, these. I would have preferred this. I'm the same with the author on this one. I would have preferred if the truth was interlaced with the story a little bit. This whole story. I wish this story about the young man who about the young man, which by the way, this woman, I think she's supposed to be a succubus. You know, smitten beauty, girl of the servant of the night, horns, never ceases to age, thousands of years old. I think she was supposed to be a succubus, which makes sense why she was about to, you know, I'm not saying it's good, I'm just saying I would have seen why I can see why the evil brothers would try to you know. And this I understand why you did this, because you wanted to focus more on the people, but intertwining this story with the original story, I feel like if you write it really well, it would have more impact, and I would have been able to predict it. I would have been able to predict what would happen in the story. Therefore, if you keep it subtle enough, I could have predicted it. But also at the same time, but I also understand that if you did that and I figured it out, and you kind of went and you kind of just, you know, and you kind of just go through the story after I discovered what would happen, I feel like the impact would be less. So I kind of understand why you did this. But if you written it better, it would have been so much more impactful. But this is a completely okay way of doing things. Now let's get to the actual story here. Even though I have my gripes about everything happened in the first half, this second half, man. This second half, dude. Oh my god. Even though I knew I didn't know what the story was going to be, even though I knew what they were doing, I still couldn't stop myself from feeling things, man. Because, man, that Li Lun's fucking story is just so fucking sad, man. And it's built up so well too. Every single fucking avenue, and I love that every single like safety that they had, trying to build up for themselves, is stripped down slowly as the second half started. First first it was just, oh, Lilun couldn't get out into the sun. That's fine. They can probably live without the sunlight. Then slowly her body is getting weaker. Oh, that's fine. Hikaru can um Hikaru can just carry her every once in a while. It's fine. She can't fucking walk anymore. She faints. Her body is getting weaker and weaker. And then the next thing, Hikaru is like, I will do my best. I will search for everything, for a way to cure you. But the fact that after everyone helped them, after Akari got the file, the documents, and throughout human history, no one has been able to figure, throughout the entire documentation, you find that there's nothing. There's nothing there. And then like there's nothing there. And then so there's another dash of hope cut from their life. And then the next one, when the Osata starts to choke them out, it from Osata choking them out slowly out of their home. More and more stuff is getting taken away from them. Then the police showed up. Hikaru thought that they were going to take him away from her. He can't do nothing. He can't do anything. Then the demon showed up. Thought he was gonna die. Then again, after all of this, they accepted the fact that they had nothing else to do except to just accept the circumstances that brought this upon themselves. And even then, it was taken away from them. Even their solace, the solace of just dying together, is taken away from them. It's just so sad. Every single thing is taken away from them slowly, ever so slowly, but it builds up so well. And like, even in the end, even when I thought, oh, the grandpa has researched for 70 years about how to save Lilun, he didn't get anything. His research was nothing. But they still didn't give up. Even then, there was nothing there. A guy who spent his entire life researching about this shit couldn't come up with anything. There was nothing there. 70 goddamn years and nothing came of it. But they still refused to give up. And like this scene, man, when they were at the end of the rope, where all he could do was just one fucking attempt, one fucking attempt, just desperately trying to see her, just see her. I don't even think he had a plan there. He had nothing. There was nothing on his mind that was a cure. He would just wanted to see her for one final time. That was it. They wanted to connect dreams because he just wanted to see her. That was all it was. Nothing worked at this point. Man, when I saw them breaking that fucking barrier from the dead, it moved me to tears. Because even then, even after all of that, Lilun, even after she thought he betrayed her, she didn't give up hope either. She immediately saw him, and all the life from and all the life that was and all the life that was gone from her was immediately returned. Life is not, look, her eyes is not, it's not filled with despair anymore in this moment. She didn't care. She didn't care that he quote unquote betrayed her. He didn't. I mean, he didn't, but well, I mean, he did kinda, but she didn't care. She just wanted to see him again. And then, no, man, I the scene of them just trying so hard to the end, the music swelling up, man. It's just so good. I have I have no fucking complaints about the second half of this game, man. It's just good. It's just good. Man, seeing two people just getting the short end of the stick every single time. They were abandoned by their parents. They survived together. They stuck through each other thick and thin until the very end. At no point did Hikaru even consider giving up on her. He didn't. He didn't at all. He just persevered. Man, I really wish you have been voice acted, Hikaru. I really wish you would have been voice acted. I think it would have been way better. I couldn't do you justice, man. I couldn't voice you to I couldn't do your voice justice, man. I thought I at the beginning of this game thought that the voice acting was meh. The original story, I feel like the original story would have been fine without it, regardless. But now that the story has voice acting for every other character, I feel like it just missed something when Hikaru isn't offered, you know? And to see that after all of that pain, the thing, Hikaru just spoke a curse. And I love the fact, I love the message, man. I love the truth section here. I love that the message was, in fact, love was the reason why. Love that the message was was the reason why we didn't get killed. The sin that was committed on her was forgiven because she saw this. She saw it all. And I wish that the man who was the shadow, who was holding on to that chain, was not the woman, but the man, but the lover that was with this succubus for the entire time. Man, this, oh, okay, I'm going to be truthful. I was a little disappointed at how they handled Hikaru's it wasn't that I was disappointed in how they treat Hikaru's disease. I was expecting something else. It wasn't disappointment. I was expecting something else because I thought this story would be a lot more magical in nature, but and I'm so glad it's not, because well, we wouldn't that being magical really this story really doesn't need the magic. I mean, I guess in essence it really doesn't need a magic, but I guess you could say the magic is, I don't know, maybe the magic is somehow representative of like the love, I guess, because because the because I think the author is trying to say like, oh, love transcends the the logical the logical um the logical way of the world, which it's a nice message to have. Man, when oh man, I forgot how could I forgot about this scene. Oh yeah, so remember when I said that that these two had a lot of things that was going against them. So it was like what did I say? It was firstly Loons can't go outside and she gets weaker. Her at first we thought there might be a cure to this, but even though scientific method both the scientific method and the and research both didn't amount to anything, she was almost she was powerless to do anything because everyone was trying to get them, trying to force them. And after all of that, after he got and this is going back to why I said I wasn't disappointed in how they handled Hikaru's like whole situation. He even even when he was finally able to say it, she didn't even fucking hear it, man. She didn't fucking hear it, dude. Every solace that they had been taken away from them. It the even the language between them was taken away. This story is so fucking sad, dude. I, I love how it's built up so much, and at the end of it all, he didn't fucking care. He didn't fucking care what happened. He just wanted to save her. That was all it was. And see this, and to see this, man. Man, what a journey. I will never. I didn't come into the story expecting that much because, you know, yeah, how this game really isn't that popular. Really isn't that popular in YouTube. Not that I've seen. I haven't seen anyone actually play it. Maybe it goes into the. Maybe because people just use the Japanese translation of it. Ehana Sho no Majo. But, yeah, but this story really isn't. This story really isn't that popular there, so I wasn't expecting much. But I should have never doubted Steam, man. It said overwhelmingly positive. I didn't believe them. I'm so glad. I'm so glad. I'm so glad I experienced this story, man. What a good fucking story. Yeah. Though I wish I do have one more complaint though. This is not a big one, because I wish there was some more bonus stories between them to come. Maybe two more chapters of just them being happy. because the last few chapters was a bit short. I really want to see them like be happy. And if this if the only complaint, if the only real complaint that I have about the story is that it's not long enough, then you know it's a good story. So yeah, I'm glad I was able to be on this journey. Alright, that's all it was. Thank you.